Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bond live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. And a merry holiday Santa-mas to you as well, little magnet. Well, Merry Eve's-mas, Merry Eve before Eve's-mas. That's what it is. So, are we going to Eve today? Probably not. I had no plans for that, no. Would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? It's the eve before whatever the thing is that we all care so much about. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. Apply, accept, all of the things. Music off. Kerbal music up. Kerbal music up. There you go. Hey, you just... What? But you played it and then you... Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, everybody. It's a career day. It's a career day, and so we know exactly what we're doing, which is figuring out what we're doing, because I'm not sure. 2 days ago on Tuesday, we took Bob's new space boat out for its first inaugural tour of Minmus, and he managed to scrape 6 different sites, I believe, on the surface of Minmus for all the science, all that fat science. Not all of it, but all of it. You could probably go to the next day, I'm hoping. With the Kerbal to Eve 18 days from now, and the timer is ticking down. Oh, maybe it is an Eve's-mas day. You know, maybe we need to prep for leaving for Eve and then leave before, a little bit early. What if that? What is the position? So last time, Bob did stuff at Minmus, and then he came home, and he should be in orbit, parked. Boom, the HMS space boat, Her Majesty's space boat, that he's got, and he's got just tons of science on board. Some of it that we want to send down, some of it that we want to continue processing. Well, in orbit, I guess, because that's just what we're doing. But Eve is moving into a position 18 days from now. We've got a timer set for it. Kerbal to Eve, and it's saying 18 days, 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 8 seconds from now we need to leave. If we wanted to do it the most efficient way that we possibly could. So I presume Eve is pretty damned well where we want it in the first place. If we got out on the outside of Kerbal here and burned that way, then we would... And then something Eve, I guess. I don't know. I haven't done an interplanetary transfer in a while. The last interplanetary transfer that I probably did was a speedrun interplanetary transfer, which meant that it didn't matter because we glitched the game so that fuel and mass don't really count anymore, and then you've just got a ship that all you got to do is make sure it doesn't explode when it's going millions and millions of miles per second. Hello, Speedy Boy. So yeah, I didn't know what today would be. The 2 things that we're interested in right now is we've got contracts for Eve and Gilly stored up for this big transfer that we're supposed to be doing. But the other thing is I am interested in putting up a Kerbal orbital platform for the purpose of refueling, for the purpose of dropping crew and staff. And Jesus, God, look at all of that. Look at all of it. Also, where's my interplanetary satellite that's supposed to have your Minmus? Probes. Show probes. Show, not rovers. I think probes would be the thing. There he is. We lost this satellite, and it is out of contact with us. Okay, this is the one that's supposed to be searching telescopically for telescopic-ishness. Is what it's supposed to be doing. And it's fallen so far behind Kerbal that we're out of contact with it. Is it time to upgrade the tracking station? What have you got on you? Let's go out and see what this thing was. Because if I recall correctly, this was a satellite that we just inherited by doing some missions, yes. And it happened to have a pair of infrared telescopes on it, and then it asks us to go look for asteroids, and this thing had already accidentally been kicked out of orbit by the moon. Orbit of Kerbal, and was on its way going solar, so we just turned it on, and here we are. It's got all of 5 electric charge on it, so that's just brilliant, is what it is. In terms of comms, you have precisely you've got 2 of these little HD5 high gains, and that's it. That's all I put on you, and you've gone solar. Cool. That's not great, but it's not that far out. I wonder, could we do something like, what's our DV here? We've got 3100 monoprop. Is it possible to try and get back toward Kerbal? We're on its outside right now. So we're going slower than it now. We'll be going faster than it once we get past there and catching up a little bit, but we're going quite a bit slower than it as we approach our apoapsis, and not that much faster than it when we get to our periapsis here. Are there things we could do to change this situation as I've described it? If I put in a maneuver node, I can't, because we can't communicate with this probe-controlled thing, because we're too far away from everything. Right. So, is it time to upgrade the tracking station? Maybe. Let's see how much that costs. Because, yeah, if we're going to Eve, then we're going to want all that good interplanetary level comms as well. What is sup? Asked Speedy Boy. Just before the stream, and not at all, this is why I don't know what we're doing today, because I wasn't thinking about it. I still wouldn't have known if I would have thought about it, so why waste time thinking about it? I had my head deep into some Python with FFmpeg video stuff that I've been tinkering on lately, just seeing things for potentially doing a big update for Split RP. But yeah, that's what I was playing with. I had my head all deep in that. What does it cost to upgrade the tracking station? 844, and it'll get us to 250 Gs on our DSN power. Unknown object tracking. We didn't even have that? And we're supposed to be tracking asteroids? Give me that. Okay, and then you can't upgrade it. That's fully upgraded. I think that's our first fully upgraded facility there. And it cost us less than $1 million, which we had to spend. So back into the tracking station to see if we are now back in communication with our guy. Wait. That's you're well out there. Do we have comms? It's not saying that we have comms. He just might be too far and not have a good enough anything on him. Let's go back to him just to see. Never know when I'm looking at this UI whether or not I got the right thing turned on or off. And we are still just not connected. Limited probe control. I would think no probe control. Yeah. Limited as in 0 is what we have there. So that guy's just gone. He's a goner. He's gone. We couldn't do anything to him if we wanted to. Damn. Looks like we need to... I mean, we can just wait, and eventually he'll catch up to us a little bit, but he will be further behind. Turn on the question mark in the map view to see what's out there. Is that here? And back at the tracking station, or can I do it here? Question marks. What's out there? Unknown object. Yeah, let's go back to the tracking station then, if this guy's just a complete deadman. If he's dead as dead. Thank you, Dramatian, by the way. I didn't know. So, yeah, unknown object, size class B, small. You're a small B. Shh. You're a C, medium. You're a B, small. So we've got a big old cluster of asteroids that we've managed to track, and we had a mission for that. Does that mean that it's cleared? Because I can see some things, or does it need to be more cleared than that? Active. You detect 2 comets with a Sentinel infrared telescope, which we still have not done, apparently. Okay. That's something we could be doing today. But we've only got 18 days and 2 hours before we're supposed to leave for Eve, so... As I figure that out, let's maybe go out and say hello to Bob. Just because he's doing he's on a fun craft right now. Looking on the HMS space boat. And what do we do today? I think we got to prep for Eve, don't we? And maybe it has something to do with also... Oh, you're such a pretty boy. Oh, you're upside down, but you're such a pretty boy. Yes, you are. There's our space boat. Space boat. There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed, sir. And you guys have been processing the whole time, right? We're not stopping your research. We allow your research to research, as it researchally does. We'll just turn the craft like that a little bit, so that we make sure that the sails are all getting hit with the sunshine. Yeah. It's such a pretty little boy, isn't it? And it's just got all of the science in it for us right now. We've got nothing in there, so that's good. We've got 21 bits of science over here that are meant to go down. I think some of the science in here might be meant to go down as well if we went through it, but there's 80. There's 80 of it. Not something we need to look at right now. So Bob's in orbit. He's got all the science. We'd like to send it down, but my plan for sending it down would be build a orbital platform for Kerbin and dock up with that and something profit. You know, the idea would be, in my head, is our orbital platform around Kerbin, our space station, would have the ability to store some fuel. Fuel not that big a priority for me at Kerbin, because my long-term, premise here is that why would we want to push fuel up, from Kerbin when there's that incredible cost of Delta V in order to push it there? It's convenient in that Kerbin's just right there, but it's not convenient Delta V-wise. It doesn't really make sense if you have the ability to mine and process fuel on, say, it's very far away, a Minmus somewhere out there, anyway. So you do the fuel things on Minmus, and then if you wanted to design crafts that were supposed to refuel once they made it to orbit, there'd be a little bit in around Kerbin for you to pick up and leave behind if you're coming home, that kind of a thing. But the primary refueling platform will be to Minmus. You design to be able to at least reach Minmus, and then Minmus can refuel you for the big go, would be the premise in my head. So that not being the main things would be having a place to park up, maybe a little space taxi that can rush around the Kerbin system from Moon to Minmus and back to Kerbin for a very low cost, high efficiency, be able to, collect up lost astronauts or just move people around from bigger ships that you don't want to move from where they are. And also, we're talking about drop pods for being able to recover Kerbals back down to Kerbin, and we're talking about drop pods for science return separately. The idea of, I love the idea of just, even though there's no tubes involved, it just makes me think of a pneumatic tube system that you'd have at an old bank where you put in and it sucks it up and moves it over there and that kind of thing, except for what we'd have is no tube and just the canister, and it would off and give itself just enough DV in orbit of Kerbin here to, go retrograde and fall into the atmosphere, get grabbed by the atmosphere. Very light little thing. Just got to make sure that it survives, and then it pops a parachute on its way down, and then we could put a bunch of science in a pod, send it down, and then we've recovered it as opposed to transmitted it, where there are losses to how much science you can gather by transmitting. It makes it fun for me. I like it. But all of that said, again, no reason to come out and visit Bob except to say hi. And we have. But yeah, with Eve just 18 days away, I think we've got to build for Eve, because if we went and ran a mission right now that wasn't Eve, that time could pass us by, and then suddenly we got to, get our shorts together for Eve. So it is a Merry Evesmas on this eve of the Christmases. So what are our missions for Eve? By the way, you got anything more for me from Eve? You've got nothing? No, not at all. Active, though, we have the first basic Explore Eve mission, which just asks for a flyby and return. We've also got a position satellite in specific orbit of Gilly. So as long as we're going, wow, they want a lot of things. I mean, if you're going to Gilly, might as well bring it all. But we've also got a position satellite in a specific orbit of Eve. So if this was an unmanned test mission to Eve, then we could do it all with one satellite. If we were going to position one and then, send it to Eve, get it in the right position orbitally around Eve, whatever it is they're asking for, then move it to Gilly, or vice versa, one after the other. and then bring the thing home. We could do that, but I wouldn't want to do that. If this is a prep mission for actually sending Kerbals to Eve, then we want some comm systems in Eve. We want platform. We want stuff there in the first place. So I think what we'd want is actually three separate platforms. I want to leave 2 satellites in Eve's system, and I want one of them to come home. Now, we could make the third thing actually carry a Kerbal, and just risk someone's life, because we've never been to Eve before and we don't know what the problems are. That's doable. Wouldn't be the first time I've doed it. But I do quite fancy the idea of being more sane than the game would require about this sort of a thing, and going with probes first. So since Eve is what's on the docket, is what we need to look for today, let's look at Eve, because Lord knows I haven't. So 3,400 DV to get into orbit around Kerbin, and then to go solar, we're talking about 950 more to just break out of Kerbin's SOI, and then to get to Eve, which is one of you. Yeah, it's the purplies over here. To get to Eve, it's just another 90 to get a flyby from having gone solar, another 80 to get a capture, 1,330. Wow, suddenly a lot to go from a wide capture of Eve to a 100-kilometer capture of Eve there. And of course, with Eve and its denseness of atmosphere, you'd never really plan to do that. You know, you'd try and figure out where it is that you can slap into Eve's atmo and just get pulled down to whatever orbit you want, which would be very tricky without like mods to help you along that way. And then to actually land on Eve, 8,000 delta V, which again is just handled all by the atmosphere until you try and come back, and then you need 8,000 delta V because you're under the density of the atmosphere, and which is at the deepest, one of the deepest points until you go all the way to the core of its incredibly massive gravity well. So, yeah. 13,850 DV to land on Eve, but what we're really talking about there is just an extra 170 after you go solar. So, there's not much to worry about in DV there. We just need like 1,100, 1,200 for the one-way trip, and then there's the return. And then there's the return, which is the more unknown part. So, what have we got in the coffers, in storage in ways of like probes and things that we have worked with recently? Multi-Minimus Mission Mark 1, Mooner Midland, Grundle Comms Inc. What was Grundle Comms? What's under this fairing? Why, it's pretty little. It's got a nice relay antenna on it. Not much of a direct antenna to speak of, kind of a thing. I think we design new probes from scratch and see where we get with that. See what's going on. So we got to get to Eve as a concern, but in terms of like what kinds of satellites we want, for each of the satellites we want them to be comms, heavy. We want them to be able to handle communications at least, around Eve, but wouldn't it be great if a lot of the time we could actually talk to Kerbin too, especially since their probe controlled things. So some big, heavy antennas, both relay and direct. For the one that's supposed to go in specific orbit of Eve, it wants a magnetometer boom, it wants a Science Junior. For the one that wants to go in orbit of Gilly, it wants a lot more. It wants a thermometer, a mystery goo, a magnetometer boom. None of those are Science Juniors, which is nice, except for the one that's a Science Junior. But, the one of them doesn't need to have it. If we're going, we might as well. So if we just build, like, a probe that has all of the stuff on it, and then send 2 of them. But we want it to be the lightest weight package that we can get while having all of the science on it. Yeah. I mean, it really makes sense to just have one of these satellites in Eve, and then move it between Gilly if you were just start building. Don't worry about it, buddy. So starting from mass, lowest weight probe that we've got here. What kind of EC you've got on there? Just 5. So you're going to want more electric charge than that, and if we're going to be doing long-range communications, you want some significant electric charge. In terms of electric charge then, mass-wise, biggest thing that I've got that can store charge is the 1000 battery. And you know how I like this to be facing. Let's just throw 2 of them on there now. Gets us up to 2005. Huh? And then, like, some friggin' mean... I mean, it's a probe, so they can be single-time deployable, except for the one that returns. Needs to actually return, but that could be leaving just about everything in space as it returns. But we want some mean friggin' solar panels on the thing. None of this crap that I've been sending out until now. The 1x5s would generate, what are we talking about in terms of EC? 8.3 per second, so 16.6 for 2 of them. Put 2 of them on there. Well, we're already got like a little miniature Darth Vader ship, so that's good. Extend solar panels. And just because that's not how I want to look at it. It's you, and then, yeah. Yeah, well, might as well mirror mode for that. Okay. So we got power generation, we've got power storage, we've got a probe. It's almost already a satellite. We need massive, massive comm systems. The RA-15 is the heaviest thing that I've got in right now, and it's not ridiculously huge. So I'm liking that. Yes. In terms of direct antennas, though, like, these are both relays. The best direct I've got is the HG5. We already saw that don't really work for the solar one. And I still don't understand the difference between a relay and a direct, at least when it comes to direct comms. If it can relay, then can I not use it as a direct? But is it just that a direct one can't be used as a relay, but a relay is both direct and relay? Or are there limitations on a relay that it doesn't do direct well, and so forth and so on? Because we do have science up there to be able to get from Bob in order to buy into even bigger and more powerful antennae. Antennae? Antennae. The Communitron HG5S is a direct 15G, and the HG5 is a relay 5. So this is the best direct satellite or direct antenna that we've got. What do you do? What do you look like? How do you extend? We can do axial or we can do radial, extend the antenna. Does that. If we do radial, then it comes out like that, and when it's retracted, it's like that. Okay. What's your weight? 0.075, and you're 0.3 tons. Pretty significant. Sure. And we could put 2 of these on there just to sort of balance things out weight-wise. In Kerbin's SOI, the direct will almost always try to go to the KSC outside the SOI. It may use the relays. The answer specifically that I'm looking for would just be, does this do the... What are you looking for, Pawn? I just want to know, like, is direct equal to... does relay do direct as well? Well, no, I guess there is more. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if that gives me the answer that I think I need or want. The better way to do this, Pawn, would be not mirror mode. I know you're into it and everything, but if we do radial, then I could set these guys off like that, and I could set you guys off like that. Is that the right place? And that should result in a center of mass that is still dead center of the mass. But that also leaves our, paneling exposed, because that's just me. That's just how I roll. Get on board the gravy train, or whatever train this is. Get on board it. So in terms of science, let's just start building a big old science pack. And what have I got already built in sub-assemblies for Science Bay Mark 1? What's on you? Because you're probably not what we want here, but let's see. If I open you up, there's three different goo containers, and that's not a bad idea considering we're going to Eve's SOI for the first time. We want high over Eve, we want low over Eve if we can get it. And then, I mean, what else are you gonna get there? Solar. We've never grabbed interstellar or interplanetary, actually. Relay does also direct comms, but can relay other nearby antennas. They can't reach. So it's just that a relay is a direct, but will talk to a relay, and a direct won't talk to a relay. Yeah? A relay is a direct, but better. Yes? Because it can do the relaying, which would mean then that I wouldn't need this. Like, I wouldn't need anything in addition to this because it already contains directness. It can directionally direct us. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Don't tell me if it's going to ruin the surprise. I don't want to know. But am I insane? Just... So we definitely wouldn't need you. We got thermometer and barometer on there, but we definitely have some new science here. I just don't know what's useful. If we dipped into Eve's atmosphere as we passed, we could use an atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer, at least on one of them. Surface scanning modules, surface stuff will not be useful because we're just doing a flyby or being positioned in orbit. But the magnetometer boom definitely has to be here somewhere. You're a 0.05 ton, and goo is a 0.05 ton. Okay, so that would mean that we can balance these two. I think what I want to do is get rid of that and change you. Yeah, because we're going to have much more antenna than that was giving. So if I just put the Octo 2 on the inside of that, and then you're on top of there, goes into the antenna multiplier. Remember the spreadsheet? Yeah, that's the thing. I definitely remember that bullshit. For fuels, like, would you fit? I'm just looking at like how much space we're leaving in here that's currently unused. If I had you in there, and then these guys were built off of you. So if I still wanted 3 on this one. And let's do it so that it's kind of half into the ceiling and gives us a lot of clearance. Lots of clearance there. But theoretically, with this setup, we could have a magnetometer boom somewhere around there, and then instead of these being the way they are in the 3-sided symmetry, you'd have one of them back here. Throw that one away because it's got weird wonky angle on it that you put there. I didn't. So you'd have one there, and if you wanted 3, you do it in 2-sided symmetry, interior, like that, with pull down, so that you've got the clearance. And then we'd move our, let's just throw those away. So why did we pull that out in the first place? You don't need to ask me questions that I don't have answers to, do you? Is that really necessary around here? Let's try putting that more or less dead middle. You were just supposed to be 1. You were just supposed to be 1. Dead middle-ish. By eye. And then you. Dead middle-ish. By eye. Pull you down. Just looking at where we get the best clearance. There is another version that just does that, with no legs on it. And then imagine I pulled this off and threw it away. Imagine that two-sided symmetry with a snap, and I put it in like that. Just straight up and down. And then tried to be nice about, you know, getting the end balls to be... The thing is, on return pawn, you want to be worried about these things for return. If this is the one that actually is supposed to go out there and come back, then you don't want it hitting the ground and exploding a bit like they like to do. So if I go to that version, you're off axes. I go to that version, and then how much embed do I feel comfortable giving you? I mean, we've got tons of space in here, so really I just shouldn't worry about it, because in theory we could definitely fit all of that into all of there. You are actually still a bit too far out, is the deal. I don't think we'd close over you. Uh-oh. And that would be the only real justification for having the... What? Sir? The only real justification for having this have a service bay on it would be if this is the one that returns, you know? And the boom can come out there. There's two of them. Motherfucking goddamn with the shitting balls. Right? Just get the fuck in there and stop putting extra things while I'm trying to make the adjustments that need to be made to the first one, you motherfucker. There you go. And then we'll close it up. And everything's nicely packed in there. We open it back up. And we've got 3. And we've balanced the weight so that we got room on all of the sides. And that would require... I'm just going to put this on immediately so that we can know that we have to build around it. If it were the one that returns, then it would need a heat shield for that return. All this stuff could just burn off on its, you know, re-entry. It's okay-ish. Ish, anyway. It's okay-ish, is the deal. And that satellite dish, is that gonna get hot? I mean, yes. If this is the one that returns, it would be nice if it just came home and it was all, you know, cool. It was all in one piece still. And if you wanted to occlude that, there are ways, Mr. Paul. There are ways. So what would those ways be? Well, you could do an adapter out and give you some of the fuel for, like, transferring the whole thing there. Thermal. Need a bigger heat shield than I've been using until now. There you go. And we start to get a fun look as well off of the thing. I'm going to throw away the comms and the electric because I just a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, you have 3 different types. Truss caps, no caps. Oh. Okay. It doesn't make any difference, but I'm sure that actually does do something here. Yes. Yes, okay. That's neat. I like that. Center of mass now. Pulled down in that atom direction, as one might expect it to be. With the fuel and all. Let's keep putting science on there. That's the main deal. It would be great if we're sending stuff to have the science juniors along with us. So this is turning into one hell of a probe, is what it is. What else have we got in science that we haven't already put on? That fluid spectrometer that I was thinking about, which would want to be on the exterior. If I put you on the side like this, oh, that's sexy, it's handsome, and that actually only weighs 0.005 tons, which means that some of the pieces that we didn't include elsewhere, I could literally put a thermometer here and that would be, you know, that's balanced that weight out. Let's instead, though, let's have that. The other thing to bear in mind, Pawn, is if you're just sending this as a probe, yeah, then all of these things, even the thermometer, unless you're transmitting them back, unless you're able to transmit them back, they're not coming with, it's a problem. Why is it a problem? Because of the things that I just said. Didn't finish my sentences? Oh, because they're going to be filled, and they're not going to go anywhere unless you transmit them. So you would need an experiment storage unit to be able to transfer it off to if you were going to collect data to them and keep it on board. It just comes down to whether or not we can transmit from Eve back to Kerbal once we get up there. We're already up to almost 3 tons on this probe that it was supposed to be. And if this is the probe that returns, then we don't need all that electric juice. The ones that will be out there and acting, you know, for communication for long periods of time, yeah, they do, but we don't here. So if I get rid of those and then go back down to a smaller boy, get our service panels facing forward. Center of mass still quite low. Also, the amount of fuel on here might be just kind of ridiculous at this point. It's part of my process, getting wherever the hell it is I'm going with a design. Are there any more bits of science that are 0.005 that we need to put on? The seismic is only good for landed, so that's not helpful to us. Surface scanning module is not even a scientific instrument. It would be cool to send up a survey scanner. That's another thing that we should do for Eve. Put a survey scanner out there. Okay. As we go, I'm getting closer to an idea, to a concept. What that concept is, I don't know yet. I definitely don't know yet. So we want a satellite that comes home. I feel like this is going to be far too much fuel. And then I need to get back to more of a probe construction thing. We do have to come home with it all, you know, Pawn. Yeah, well, a fairing well-placed, or rather, not a fairing well-placed, but a heat shield will occlude it even if it's on the exterior, even if it's on the skin. If I go back to that, I mean, then the other thing is that what we want in Eve's system is an incredibly powerful comms platform. Because we want to leave 2 things in Eve. One would be around Gilly, one would be around Eve. That could be the same one, and maybe that's the way to go, because when I think about it, we really only need one big, powerful telescope, or antenna, rather, at Eve for comms purposes. It'd be nice to have 2. But if we've got one big, powerful one, then the other one doesn't need to be powerful because it can relay to the big, powerful one. And then we want one that goes and returns. Would be neat to have. That just does a flyby. A small detachable return can that is very simple science return storage. You start thinking about like how the mission goes. We come into Eve, We are picking up science as we go. We want to use Eve to slow down to get into her system, presumably. Right? So we slow down. Do we, though? If this is just the flyby craft could slingshot around Eve and then try and come home and drop off its satellites as it goes, the two satellites. The two satellites actually hit Atmo as they're coming in order to negate their speed and actually catch themselves into Eve's sphere of influence. One of them breaks off, goes to Gilly. The other one just gets, you know, itself into a nice parked orbit. Is that the way to go about this? Which would mean that the one that flies through, just detaching stuff as it goes, can be really simple. There's no shame in doing a mock mission for testing. I'm just feeling like I want to click the new button and start from scratch here. If I make you the root part and... Yeah, I'm starting from scratch. I don't care. Let me try going from the other end, because that was starting with the one that's bringing us in. Let's start with, like, the thing that we need to park around Gilly. So, the guy around Gilly wants a thermometer, mystery grew, magnetometer on it. Doesn't need to have a science junior. Okay, let's say we stuck to the minimal spec for the mission. Thermometer, mystery goo, magnetometer. Again, start with the lightest and best probe that we have. Science-wise, it's magnetometer, thermometer, mystery goo. There we go. Those are the three things that need to get on there one way or the other. I want it to have a decent antenna on it, but if this is the one that's for Gilly, we can rely on having a much bigger antenna platform in orbit of Eve, and then Gilly can be a nice little bouncer relay. So if that's the fact, if that's the case, then we do want a antenna that is a relay, but it doesn't need to be as massive as the RA-15. This is half the weight to have one of you on there. Just wherever you would actually put it is what you can go. You just on the side here, just because I don't really care yet where you are. Just need you to get the hell out of my way. Put you on there. So that gives us a nice relay 2G, and the weight so far is 1/3 of a ton. It will have to transmit any science that it collects with the plan for this mission. It won't be able to just, you know... it's not bringing it back. We're not staying with it. We're dropping it off as we pass and putting it into position, and it will have to send it back. But it will rely on the bigger communications platform at Eve in order to do that transmission. It kind of sucks because it's like you'd like to you'd like to transmit the science back to the ship, or back to the one that's coming home, know that you got it, and then you could just go home with it. But if we're just flying by with the first one, then, yeah. I'm going to build on this anyway, and maybe you're right, Germasian, with a test mission before the real one, the live one. So those are the things that need to be on there. As long as we're sending it as well, we should have a barometer, because why wouldn't we? It's cheap. The atmospheric, if this is the one going to Gilly, then it does need an atmospheric. We could make this, well, it's supposed to position itself around Gilly, and I think we'll come and land it with a Kerbal someday, would be the idea there. Nya. Yeah. Nya. Which means thermometer, barometer, and all of the other things that it's already told us to have, and we're not going to do a Science Junior because of the extra weight on there. We want to keep it straightforward and simple. So then it needs electric generation, and since it is going to have to transmit all the data that it comes up with, it needs to be somewhat significant, but not crazy like I was going with before. Like a couple of 1x6s. How do we figure this out again? Because there's a way to do this where you look at the magnetometer boom and it tells you that the experiment, it tells you nothing. It's not the magnetometer boom you look at. Don't have to care. Do I have to care? Doesn't seem like I have to care. The RA2 relay, though, is one that you do have to care about. So, packet size 1 MIT. Bandwidth of 2.8 MIT. Electric charge consumed is 68.6 per second to transmit using it, while it's sending 2.8 MITs per second, whatever that is, but 68.6 per second. And with, let's say, the mystery goo, do you tell me, like, what your science is worth? No? 68.6 a second. Comes down to a balance of electrical generation and electrical storage. I swear, like, when we looked at this before, there was a way to, like, know what you actually needed ahead of time by looking at the science. The environment requires 0.4 per second. That doesn't make a damn bit of difference because it only operates when it's operating. 68 per second would tell us... I mean, we can transmit in bursts, but I'd prefer to build it right in the first place. So 1,000 divided by what is more or less 70 is whatever that is. So good on you for that. It's 13, 14 seconds worth if we had 1,000 packed on there. 1,000 is a lot. What's this, Germasian? Transfer quick reference chart starting at Kerbal ejection angles, Kerbal outer planets, Kerbal Eve. So this is just planning when we leave. I mean, I've got an alarm clock already set for stuff. From Kerbal to the inner planets would be Kerbal should be, is this right? Path Kerbal, Tucson, Moho, Eve, Kerbal retrograde. Just saying, in reference to Kerbal around the sun, Eve should be at about 11 o'clock, a little past 11 o'clock. The electrical generation, what do you give me per second? 2.8. Well, that's just fucking great, mate. So it's got to be all about, like, the ability to store it here, because I don't want to put such heavy panels on this thing. You got an 8.3 per second on that boy for a 0.09 ton. It's not bad. So two of them will give us 16 point something, but we're not going to overwhelm the 60 per second that it takes to transmit with that guy. Is that maybe where the direct has a benefit? This is a direct one. and when transmitting it requires 133.3, when transmitting this 68.6, and then that's 68.6. That's weird. Okay, but you're only 2G as a relay, and you're 15G as a direct. So you've got the distance on a direct, and on a relay, you don't get the distance. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. So on this guy, do we really need it to be a relay then? If we're going to have a really strong relay platform on the other one, then we could get more antenna rating. But it would also cost you more electricity to send. This is worth 2G, that's worth 2G. So this would be the same, but it doesn't do a relay's job. It means that we wouldn't be able to use it to bounce signals off of. I think we want it for bouncing signals off of. I think once we're in Eve's SOI, we're going to be happy that we left something that can bounce our signals around in that gravity well when we're there. So I'll commit to that antenna. The electrical consumption apparently isn't as bad as, you know, it could be. Transmission of any data that we collect, I don't know how much we're really going to need. We can have 200 there, we can have 400 with one of these. We put 2 of these on, we get up to 800 for 0.02. We go up to U, it's 0.05, and that actually balances out, if I remember correctly, like the batteries are 1-to-1 in terms of weight to charge. So if we manage to pack 2 of those on there, we've got antenna, we've got that. We do need generation though of some kind, and you don't want to overkill it. Apparently, is your thing, Pawn. And you just want to be able to trickle it in and keep us alive as we go. I mean, if I did go crazy with these guys, you end up with that. Which does seem just kind of crazy and overkill for 16 per second. If we're just going to plan on being able to store enough electricity to make our transmission. So, sticking small, couple of you guys. In terms of fulfilling the mission requirements, we would have a thermometer, which is, I swear it was in there somewhere. There's a thermometer there. Get you guys back on. Thermometer there. We would have a mystery goo here, and we would have the magnetometer boom here, and then, you know, it's a probe otherwise. That's all the necessary equipment right there. Then, yeah, I think that's it. So now we just gotta, you know, put it together in a way that's not stupid. It's a very small boy. If I had an Oscar B either side of this, I mean, we could double up, boom. That's almost to 1 ton. I get rid of you, I get rid of you. We're at 0.6 tons. So yeah, minimal platform. Friend. I'm not your friend. You're my friend. Oh, I'm your friend. Oh, I'm your friend. Oh, that's so nice. So then we'll do like that. In terms of an engine, we want a wee babby little nothing of an engine. An ant might be a little bit too small, but maybe not. Throw an ant on there. And we've got 306 meters per second of delta V in atmosphere. In a vacuum, that's 1,203 meters per second of dV. It's not going to change anything to tell it that we're at Eve in a vacuum, but I will, since we'll be working off of that presumption. Tiny little, beautifully tiny little beautiful. going to take him forever to do anything with that. And we could get away with less DV if there's a way to pack less DV on here. So our smallest, lowest weight thing would be one of these balls instead. And if it were a ball, then I suppose what I'd try and do is have a ball up here. Let's try and get its rotation correct with the usual lines of axis. I mean, yeah, it's movable anyway. It's not the same, but it's fine. So there'd be those guys, and then through you, I could put on to there. Or if I wanted to be a little bit more reasonably structural about it, one of you, put on one of you. Could even double up with the octagonal. And do like that. You go on the bottom of the probe, 733 meters per second in DV at just over half a ton. It really depends on how much work it's going to take us to get to Gilly and get in position, and what kind of rotations and things need done. But you know me and building tight and small. That's how I like it. You could be silver. You could have things attached to you that grab onto nothing in particular. Yeah. I think the simplest is the best here. Getting rid of you, going back to you, and ending up with, you know, what will be an excess of fuel. But I would like you to be there, you to be there, you to be there. Okay? Now how do we pack all this crap in here in a balanced form if this is truly our Gilly probe? If this is it, how does it all come together? I think I'm going to grab everything that needs to go on and just set it to the side and deal with the big pieces first. So, yeah, I think I prefer you like that. We want two of you, we said. I don't like how you look there, but we can maybe make that better. You can sit over here as well. We just need one of these, which is perfectly counterbalanced by the weight of one of those. So if I put you here, but then there's got to be rotational freedom for those, so that's not a good place to put that. Also for... Are you going to have any monoprop on this? Nope, apparently not. Okay, good. Keep it super simple, stupid. Also, as long as we're looking at it, there's a shorter variant. There's a shorter variant. You know what I might do is, just to give myself a little bit more room on the thing, is like that. And like that. And then actually I would feel great with, you know, any merging that I deemed pretty. That I deemed pretty. Why not on the bottom, says Wartang? There's a bit of an engine down there. I want to counterbalance the weight of that with one of these. So if I just take the U, and lower you further down. I mean, where's our center of mass right now? It doesn't matter, Paul. Doesn't it? No. Do we have any reaction wheels whatsoever on here? We don't, right? I mean, that little probe, that's the reason why it's so lightweight, is it doesn't have any reaction wheels on it. Okay. You're going to want that for being able to steer the damn ship, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Which means maybe we get rid of the structural bit. Maybe not. And we add the smallest inline reaction wheel that we've got. Pulls us up. Put you there. Maybe put that variant on again, because it looks pretty. And that's giving us It's moving the center of mass more toward the center of the thing, too, which I do like. Just quick check, though. Let me make you the root part, and then... So, center of mass, kind of at the line of the fuel tank there. I take you off, take you off, take you off. Put the SAS at the middle, where the weight is going to be. Still more or less same place, maybe a little bit higher, which was what I wanted. So yeah, that's a better setup for that. Batteries are looking more appropriately sized to the probe at this point. And then if I just make room by having these either high or low, and I will go with high, then I will have room below them for these bits. Well, and they'll still be able to rotate freely and not impact one another. I'll put one of you on, again low. Just try and get it more or less the same thing. And are you actually, you know, touching with your footers? I don't think you are. I could also just, with that, I like the footers a little bit better. I'll just merge you in a bit. Should look a little bit more like you're hugging the craft. Good. You also could then be, I don't know. Find a place where I like the looks of it. Ooh. There's alternate colors for the Oscar B. I don't know if I realized that. And, yes. We can gold it up a bit there. Okay. And, I mean, that's it? Is that all of the things? That's our ghillie probe? Ah, here's the pieces that you need. Now, these weigh nothing. Still don't want them to block rotational freedom. This one would tuck in nicely there, but the barometer is a bit more of a monster. And he would block rotational freedom anywhere that's right along there, so this is either on the top or the bottom, maybe? I could have you right in with the engine, and then the thermometer could be, you know, sensing our thrust. What's the temperature of space? Well, it's really hard to... And then you put some flames next to it. Oh no, we've got a reading. We've definitely got a reading. And that should be, you know, pretty damn by eye, but perfectly weight balanced is what I'm saying. It's good. Out. And that is a 0.67 ton probe that does all of the proby things. Yeah. Goes to ghillie with 1,000 meters per second in delta V to get itself there. No RCS, basic platform, but it's got 805 electric charge, which means that it can transmit with that boy on board for 68.6 seconds. 805 divided by 68.6. Well, 805 divided by 68.6. It can transmit for 11, almost 12 seconds. 11 and 3/4 seconds before it completely eats through the juice that it's got on there. Plus a little bit from, you know, generation that'll be coming in from these, but it's not much generation that's coming in from those. How do you like the look of that? I kind of like it. Oh, and there's little green... Why is there green LED light from here coming out the back on the left of that? Where is that coming from? And it's on that one too. Okay. It's fine. Whatever it is, it's fine. It's good. It's good. There's our ghillie thing. Our ghillie guy. So, what are we on? Save. And also don't accidentally load into any of these craft then. We are on ship number 19 would be. So 19 is going to be Mary Eves. Mary Eves Mass Mark 1. Okay, so that is for Gilly. Track the solar panel. Oh shit, you fucking merge into each other, don't you? Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I think we're screwed. We have to throw this entirely... Oh, no, okay, we're good. Throw the design entirely away. Yep. We're good there. In fact, you're riding so high now. You're riding so high, baby. Like, extend that again. Is that where you want it? You just move these up a hair. Move you to more central there, because you can be. Good. There's our Gilly boy. So, below that we will have our Eve boy. Let's put you on there. And if I were to actually make you the root part off of you, are you the right kind of thing? You're a stack separator, so you're not the right thing. Go back to being that for the root part. Throw you away. I wanted a straight up decoupler. Yes. Yes, yes. Which means that this has to... This stays with whatever it attaches to, or detaches from. Bear that in mind. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what we want, I think. Anyway. So then if I were to reroute to you as that, then we could, in our sub-assemblies, save this, copy. Can I not? Or maybe you could save a copy of it like that now, and then that would be the right place to stick it onto something else once you've got a decoupler in place. So boom, and this will be Gilly Satellite. Mark 1, it's always Mark 1, isn't it? Don't capitalize the M. Capitalize everything else, though, for some reason. Okay. And then I'll put you back to being the root part for now. And that's a save again. So now we're on to the platform for being around Eve. And this has to be all about the comms. All about the comms, no treble. It's also going to have a science junior and a magnetometer boom to fulfill the specs of whatever this mission is. It'd be a good idea to take a step away and go look at where these things are supposed to be around the various places. Because I haven't done that yet. So let's head out to Eve via the tracking station and see what they're asking me for. Is there a button for... Yeah, just quieter, please. So Eve, it's gonna be you. Switch over to you. And then... Oh, wow, what a pretty Eve we're going to in this pack. We haven't left Kerbal, and I haven't looked at any of the other planets. Willfully, anyway, with intent. I haven't noticed. That's a pretty looking Eve. So that's a nice wide, yeah, with an 18 million on one side and a 28 on the other side. We might just be coming into Eve's SOI and dropping them as we pass, and then they get their orbit and stuff like that. At Gilly, there's another satellite that we're supposed to put in. Okay. 40 and 69. Look at you. Alright, good. It's good and high anyway. It's nice to know. It's nice to know. Back into the VAB. Or to a live stream break, Pawn. Yeah, we're going to have a live stream break at this point. We're just about to get into it now. So we've got the Gilly satellite made. It is the simplest, smallest, just completes the mission priority concept that we come up with. I like that. Keeping it small, keeping it threadbare, in case everything goes wrong. How much time do we spend on it? Well, not time. How much money did we lose on it? But we're going to have a 7-minute live stream break. We come back. We will start assembling the comms platform / satellite that's got to gather some science and do some other things for Eve. Got to be a very powerful comms platform. And we might even want to track down that spreadsheet we used to use to try and figure out how much juice it's going to need. Like the most direct antenna that we have right now is 15 Gs, I believe. We'll have a look at that when we come back from this 7-minute break. Go have a pee. That's what I'm going to do. Grab a snack, get yourself a drink, meet me back here. Don't go anywhere, pawn that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Paul, a Merry Eevesmas Eve is what we're having, because I just changed the title over, because now we know what we're doing, and it's perfect, because it's the eve of the eve, of the eve, of the eve, of the eve. Welcome back to Kerbal. And yeah, we're prepping for Eve. We've been waiting for quite a while for Eve to come up. It's 18 days away, so it's the next mission on the docket. And we've got 2 drop a probe at Eve missions on board, as well as our first, this will be our first trip to Eve, so we've also got the, welcome to Eve packet that tells us just to have a nice little flyby. Merry Eevesmas Eve to you as well. Diamond Penny. Well, it's just such a festive time when you're Eving on the eve of Eevesmas. Eve. Let's all get jolly and drunk. And then prep, because then there's tomorrow is the eve, so then we gotta go do things. But this is just... It took a minute to, even get, a good concept in my mind of where we're going with, what's gonna happen once we get out to Eve. So this will be our little Gilly satellite. Just absolutely threadbare to fulfill the mission contract and leave us with something in orbit of Gilly, because that's one of the things that we have. The other one is to leave a satellite in orbit of Eve as well, at a very high place. We saw 18 million to 24 million or something like that, so shouldn't cost too much to get into that orbit for the satellite that needs to be there. But the main thing I think that we want from that satellite is for it to be a comms platform, from which hopefully some points of the year, or all of it, I don't know. It's really, really impossible to tell in Kerbal's comm system when you're going to be able to have communications with something and where. There are impenetrable spreadsheets people have made up in order to combine which tier of this do you have, and then if it's this part and you put 3 of them on there and you're parked in orbit at this, what you would need. So somebody wants to look that up, we could know better what we're going to do, but I don't need to know. I'll just wing it as we always do. So for the next, let's do what we did for the first here, and in fact, just to create some separation, visual separation for us, I'll put a pair of, maybe even a triple of octagonal struts onto the thing. So above there, up there is where the Gilly probe is. But I want to just make a little platform that's just got everything that we're going to need for the next one. So we're going to start again with our lowest weight and bestest probe that we've got, which is the Octo 2. And if we're going to be using the Octo 2, then it's going to need its own SAS. Planning for this module to be small. This is going to be a comms thing. It's first and foremost a comms platform, and I'm thinking maybe a pair of RA-15 relays, which will get us 15G antenna. Between the 2 of them, there's diminishing returns on it, but it should mostly double when you put 2 of them on, and then it gets significant on the diminishing returns pretty quickly. Hello, Offensive Twitch. So a pair of those, just anywhere for here. I'll put them up here. Maybe they'll be a little bit out of our, still very much, just so that I can, just putting everything out that we need. For those 2. And then my question to myself here is, do we also, for direct antenna communications, we don't need it. It's just going to be the same 15 Gs that we get out of this, but it wouldn't do the relay. We want these to be relays, so maybe a pair of those. How do you make good rockets? You let me know when you figure it out. Come back here first. It's a lot. Delta V is a lot of it. We'll get to that part, actually, when we figure out, how to lift this thing into orbit. Then we'll be doing all of the Delta V and balancing the atmosphere, the levels at which we break off. But yeah, I think you'll have to wait for a hot minute. So we've got SAS control, we've got probe control, we've got the comms. We're going to need some significant electrical resources on here. I mean, we don't have to have it be significant. We need a lot of storage. But generation maybe not. This is going to be left in orbit of Eve, so it doesn't need to undeploy once we've deployed it. So if we do go back to those two sizable panels, which when they pop out, that's the sizableness that we're talking about of them. They'll give us about 16, if I remember correct, a little bit over 16 combined electric charge per second. Yeah, 8.3, so 16.6 electric charge between the two of those per second. Does anyone talk here besides me? Just occasionally. It's from minute to minute. You never know. It can just be going and going. If it's going, it's entirely inappropriate, and we need moderators. But yeah, those two and those two for electric generation, comms, SAS is taken care of. We don't need monoprop. It's a satellite. Don't weigh it down with stuff like that. The mission specifiers for what we need on this satellite say we want a Science Junior and a magnetometer boom. So we're going to have one of, well, each of those, and then it is a question whether or not I should have one of everything on this one. Because it's just going to be parked in a position that we're going to fly by as we drop it off would be the idea, but one of those. And that's it for the in Eve is a magnetometer boom and a Science Junior. So the other thing that would be nice to have would be the survey scanner. My only concern would be if we're too high over Eve with the survey scanner. We've had that issue before where you're parked too far away and then the survey scanner's like, yeah, thanks for spending 0.2 tons of Delta V in order to get me up here. I'm not going to do anything for you, though. If we have enough Delta V, then we can reposition the satellite where it works afterwards. So I'm going to try and have a survey scanner aboard as well. No need for a telescope, and potentially no need for any of the other crap either. Potentially. Potently. In a potentially kind of a way. I'm just thinking, so magnetometer boom, and then we got the thing, and then like when we get there and we're dropping this off as we do a flyby. We take the data from the Science Junior with us. Is this flyby not even going to get low to Eve? Because that would be the most efficient way to do it. But if we came in low to Eve... yeah, we don't want to get low to Eve, so that'll be the best science we can get. That's fine. We'll, you know, when we get into Eve, we'll get into Eve. This is our first ever go at it, so I should keep it small and simple. So that's all of the science that is required. Those are all the pieces that I know that I want, and then it's just fuel. It can be as simple as that. We really are going for the min-max here. Now, from one size to the other, it's going to be a lot of fuel, but there's a lot of extra weight here. Were I to take you off and have you do one of those, that goes too big. Do we have a fuel bearing adapter? I don't think we do, that goes from that size to the standard size, to the 1.5 meter from the 0.6 or whatever it is. Yeah, which would mean that it would be an adapter if you wanted to do it. I don't need to do it, so I won't do it then, because it's just wasted weight. But that still might be the... no. Like, no, that could still be the tank that you want. I'd have to go out to that and then come back down, so no. For fuel, we'll just start with an FLT 100 and a... I think this guy is going to want more than an ant on him. Probably a spark. And that gives you 644, but the Delta V... you are showing in vacuum? You are showing in vacuum. Okay. And we don't need to be at Eve for that, but we will. In our Delta V readings there. 644, definitely not enough. Not what we're looking for there. I think we want like 1,000 meters per second on either of them. All things being whatever they are, whatever those things are, all of them being as they could be. Simplest way then, Pawn, is just, I mean, I could double it, splitting it up like that, but let's try just putting this on and see where we get. That's 1,000, and that's 90, and you're 45. So if we wanted to try and balance the weight of this thing, then I could have 2 fuel tanks either side, and then you there, so that as they drain, it won't move the center of mass, if the center of mass were right here anyway. It won't have a significant effect on the center of mass. And that gives us 1151 on that satellite. And the total weight so far then is we're up to 3.2 tons to push to Eve, before we get on to our system that's going to hopefully go and come home. So we'd be dropping these satellites off, but we'll be returning. What sort of colors do we want on this? If it's going to be a platform, I wouldn't mind it being like that. We can't change the colors on that. But, you know, gotta play around with it a little bit. I tend to like my probes shiny. Okay. So, for the purpose of packing all of this underneath a fairing, that'll be the next little challenge here. But if I grab the 2 of you, and so what is your weight again? RA-15 is 0.3, so it's 0.6, but it's 0.3 either side, and then the weight of the survey scanner, 0.2. And then what's the other weirdnesses that we've got? There's nothing extra. There is a little bit from there. That's a 0.05, I believe. So that pushes us to 0.25 if we combined that and that, which is almost the same weight as one of these, but you want 2 of them, Pawn. Yes, but bearing that in mind, knowing that that's what we want, then it might be possible to do something like that, and then yank one of them off of there. Just trying to keep the center of mass, you know, at the center of mass, if at all possible. Let's try, if I put you on there, and then with an absolute, pull you down to a snap, that should put you in the dead middle of that, and then if I removed from symmetry and yanked you off, then I got the 2 in those positions, and then I've got you here, down to 1. Chew on like that. Oh god, the sound of that. I remember the sound of this thing is awful. If I get you on here as well, and then pull you down, I might be willing to do this because I think it will look cool. You also to the dead center there. When we retract the scanner, you got that. It certainly makes it hard to get up. Hard to get her up, you know? If you... Who was that? What? There's cats about. What are you thinking, Pawn? Tell us. Let us into your process. No. I'm conceiving of something that nobody wants to know about. Makes it harder to attach to everything else, and then you still got this as an off on one. It's too much on one side. Like if that's over there and then you're over here, and again snap to perfect center, then that's almost weighted. There's half a ton extra on this side, but it's just one of them, and I really think we do want 2. Cammy? One of the kittens is going behind the monitor now. Let me know if you find Delta V back there. I've been missing on most of my flights. Wondering where it's been going. Oh, I hate that sound. Hate that sound. It's awful. No, can't get a hold of you like that. Back in. If I come down and merge through the part, then I can get a hold of you. I got a whole different, like, concept than what I'm doing right now in my mind. And that puts that there. And that out like that. And that's pretty freaking cool. Looks neat, I think. Yeah, I think I might do that wherever we have these things. But balancing the weight is not a thing that wants to happen in my mind. 0.04 on you, the SAS module is 0.05, so that's about another ton. We don't have any electric storage on here yet, you fool. So our biggest electric storage would be 0.05 rather, so that adds up to another ton. So between you two and two of these, we got 2 tons. You get us another half of a ton, that's 2.5 tons. You're worth 0.2 tons. It's not 2 tons, it's 0.2 ton. And then you're worth that, and then these would be 0.6, and then everything else would be about 0.5, right? If I had 2 of these. Because that would be 0.0 or 0.1 plus 0.25, so 0.75, plus the weight of the SAS, which was 0.05, so that's 0.8, plus the weight of you, which is 0.04, which is just up to like basically 0.9. Hello, Lazy Toke. I could use a Lazy Toke right about now. And Condor 70 with the sub, 14 months. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. I finally caught a live stream. Stupid CT time zone. I know, what a loser time zone. God, just trying to hang out with the cool kids all the time, that time zone. Thank you so much, Condor 70. Good to have you here. Glad that you could get in. It's just, you know, I'm always looking to balance the weight and try and make things fugally centric. And yet also minimize, you know, what we have and what we need on here. And I'm thinking we need 2 different satellites, and like the thought that was in my head was, all right, if we want 2 different relay antennas, they could be in line, one up here, one down there. And then it's like, well, then where do you know, actually do the fuel from? And we just do it from side-mounted engines. These guys, Twitch liquid fuel engines, which will reduce our delta V in more ways than one. But we could, you know, we could mount it anyway. There's a way to mount the spark on the side. And then that would mean that everything could be in line for a smaller fairing. But then you still got this big son of a bitch right there, you know? So there's still that. What? I'm surprised that there's even a click box somewhere out here. But I feel like it's lying to me about it anyway. Retract the boom. Retract the scanner. That's still really impossible. It's the worst thing to try and get under a fairing here. So if that were on the top, that would be a better deal, generally speaking. And then these 2 on the side. But then you're back into that issue of trying to stack multiple probes, and how do I get that done? And the way that you get that done is with interstage nodes on the fairing, and then you have one probe that's on a top interstage node, and then this one with a gap that fits it. And it's as simple as that, Pawn. And why are you making things complicated? I wasn't. I was working through them so that they won't be. Damn it. Don't yell at me. Although now, yeah, for putting it together, that is a minor issue, because I wanted to build down from there. It's fine though. What we do is we just switch our route to there, grab you off, set you aside, put you up there, and then that will fit under a fairing nicely. And then if we wanted these two, what's the weight of the solar panels? 0.09, so 0.18 tons. And then again, the weight of these comms is 0.3 tons. It's a lot, is what it is. Seems like a lot. Well, it's yeah, no, you're right, because it's a lot is the deal. So you're not wrong there. Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait, oh wait. I was doing the fuel with, well, carrying the load of the other one. We don't need that. This can be thousands of times smaller. You know, you just, everybody get off my nuts, please. Just, they're getting raw, red, swollen. Stop it. I don't need that jumping. You. Like, and then you in the middle, you on the bottom, and then one of you. 1,469. We're going to put a lot more weight on there, though. So if I put you two on, then immediately we're down, and we're going to have big, heavy things. There's lots of heavy things are going to be big and heavy. Oh, well, then you just make it pretty, pawn. What do you mean? I mean, with some donuts. Boom. Pretty. Pretty. 2,671. And then I put you on. 1,744. And then I put you on. 1,582. And nothing's going to be that heavy. So we're already over our fuel needs there. What's the difference between the Oscar B and the U? A lot, actually. What if we just didn't go with the Oscar Bs at all? And you guys, you need the DV by putting the engine on. 1639, 1,000. That's about where we want to be. And we're going to put more weight on. It's going to get below 1,000, but it's real close to where we want it there. Mm-hmm. Need to come off. Where else can I, like, I could add some balls. I could put my balls into this, like I do so often. Just more balls. All balls all the time around here. If. So you on the center of mass where it already was, which was about there. So I was pretty close, like that. Just give it some ears. And then, but you would need. You'd need space for both of you to deploy. And it can be underneath all of this, I suppose. Oh yeah, the way that it connects under there, actually. Sure as poop fire can be. Sure as, I'm sorry, shit fire. Sure as shit fire can be. Is there shit fire? Is there fire? Is shitty fire? No. We could have you on the center of mass too, so. Try on like that. I could rotate them so that it really fits that beam of opening, because then when the doors open on this thing, get rid of that, they open there. Yeah? So you still got a nice structural location for those to be attached. Yeah. And then just back to there to make sure it is more or less center of mass. It is. And then doubling up on the batteries here because of the significant comms that will be required. You there, you back on, you here, that there. 1,013 meters per second of delta V, still here. Don't need that Oscar B anymore. Do need you somewhere. Ooh, and we decided where that would go, because I like it. I like the premise. I like all the things about it, so I'm going to pull you off. I don't want you actually on the node. I just want you to be surface mounted, and then we'll absolute snap that to the dead metal. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to hold shift to pull it up there so that I can make it float in space wherever the hell I want it to be. Damn it. And then I'll deploy the scanner. Grab it again, holding shift once more, pull it back down. And then without any snapping. Yeah. And then when that is deployed, be something like that. And it's pretty cool. Is that all of the things that we indeed need? Blah. So we've got power generation, we've got power storage, 2000 EC, 2005 if you count the Pro, 2000 EC of storage there. These bring in 16.6 electric charge per second. And then we got that, which is part of the contract, and this is just an extra thing that it'd be nice to have out there. We've got SAS on board. SAS is off to one side, but that's counterbalancing the weight of the engine, and we see that the center of mass is pretty okay. We could try and pull it back down by moving some of that stuff down there, tucking it in. So pull you off. If I do that, then you gotta, yeah, well, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, you know? So pull you back off as well, because I can put that all back together quickly enough, but, you know, whatever small amounts of weight that we have that we can move around, let's make that the center, the root part. Bring this stuff down here. Grab you, flip you again. Might want to recalculate that center of mass there, Kerbal. And I'm going to throw this away, because I'm going to throw both of these away, because they're now flipped upside down. So I'll put one of you on. I'll put the probe core on. Switch you back to the fancy looking color. And put this on here. And now center of mass is almost dead middle. And now it's pretty friggin' dead middle. And then I just need that on there again. So then you would go over here, drop it in there anywhere. You've got an absolute snap. So when I hit it, it will snap it to the absolute dead center of that. Hold shift to be able to move it wherever the hell you want it in space. Put this one on to the node. Grab you again. And again, hold shift. Be able to move it. Just get that into a line that my eyes like. Yeah. Like that. So we retract the boom. Close up the scanner. Draw on the solar panel. And stand back and look. We have 986 meters per second of delta V. I wanted a little more. I did want a bit more than that. We don't have more. I would have liked to have 1,000 or a little bit over. Is there room for my balls? And, you know, there's always room for Jello. Jello. But is there room for balls? Alright, yeah, now we can actually snap things pretty much to dead center instead of trying to eyeball them to where the center of mass was, because the center of mass is pretty much dead center now, because I'm a friggin' genius. So then my idea would be for getting my balls in there, just trying to wedge my balls in. And like tucking my balls... So tucking my balls underneath the comms dishes, it means that it pushes the comms dishes out more, and that's, you know, we were trying to minimize that for the fairing. Oh geez, yeah, then it's big. But maybe it's worth it. So that would be a structural, and we do an octagonal strut. Down like that. And then... absolute snap. You're gonna have to be eyeballed. Drag you up to be centerish. This also helps with just, it didn't look like the comms dishes were really sitting on that rounded surface there very well. So now they will at least look like that. I didn't put that on both sides, so that was a waste of time. And then a ball can tuck in there. I can just tuck one of my balls in there. It might even look cool to let it penetrate. To let my balls... Back to snap. Two-sided this time. Like that. Eyeball the symmetry. I guess I'll do it from this side. Or eyeball the centralness of it. But up. Thank you. And then, is there any more out that I can have? Yep, to there. Okay. And then I grab my balls. And with snapping, drop my ball in there. Absolute snap again. Grab it, hit the button. That'll be perfect dead center to the middle of the cubic octagonal strut. And then embed my ball. Something. And then grab y'all. And you go on there. Huh? I don't think so. I'm actually almost. Nearly. Like, I really like how the structuralness of it looks. Am I willing to embed it more like this? And then, by the way, when I open the doors, how do we look? We got room. When you open the doors, there's room. It's kind of eating some of the experiments there. But I could have it as deep as that, I think, and feel okay about it. Close the doors back up, put you back on, and it's definitely still going to be a little bit too penetrating for my taste. The other thing I could do just to try and make it blend a little bit more is switch the color out. To you. Put you back on. It just ain't right. I mean, I don't hate it that there's a ball in there, but I kind of hate it, you know? And wow, am I just annoying the hell out of myself by not just flipping that thing over. Let me see if it's really down to my artistic sensibilities now. I do like them to be orange. I might be able to live with that because the alternative, and the alternative is, well, there's also, if I did that, then we'd stand off more, and then I'd need a bigger mounting point kind of a deal. That gives us up to 1,263 meters per second, delta V-ish, delta V-wise. I don't like that at all. I do not mind that, but I do mind them penetrating out through the things, sadly. And what I was saying was that the alternative would be to have another octagonal strut, brings us out a little bit further, and then we're like that. Yep, artistic sensibilities at this point. That's all it's about. Nope. You look best like this, and you still don't look great. Could just go without the delta V, because that's actually a fair bit more delta V than I had planned on putting on there. You know, I was hoping for 1,100. And that is the smallest tank that we've got. I mean, we could always put something else on and just drain. Let me pull the balls off, pull you off, put you on there, no balls, ball free zone. nobody's ballsness. I think the way we go is I let the balls in bed. I need to get over myself here. It looks cool. There's something about it that bothers me. But you know, that ball popping through there. I love this. I love the grill work and everything. The ball can pop, is what I'm saying. We can pop my balls. I'm just gonna let it. And let those balls pop. So, review. Is that everything that we need? We've got the survey scanner that I wanted to bring. We've got a magnetometer boom, according to the contract that we're trying to do, which says magnetometer boom, Science Junior. So, Science Junior's right there. So, we've got all of the science things that the mission requires. We've got electric generation, we've got significant electric storage and 2,000 EC batteries. We got 1,263 Delta V. We've got relay comms there. I think that's all the things that a satellite needs. And this is a 2.5 ton satellite, which is not bad. Which is not bad at all. So, in order to make this work when we are putting everything together and make sure that I don't lose what I've already done here, I'm going to put a TD06 decoupler on the bottom to seal off that engine. And I'm going to switch the root part to that. Yeah, we're all still good. Everything's aligned the way that it's supposed to be. And then I'm going to go over to sub-assemblies. And I'm going to make all of that a sub-assembly. So this is going to be Eve comms platform Mark 1. Satellite, but mainly communications. And so now if we want that again, we've got that right here. We can grab it out. The Gilly satellite that we made earlier, I did the same for. It's right there, and looks like that was all figured and tweaked as well. So now we've got one of each of the things. You can go away, back over, and let's put it all together on top of a fairing now. So maybe the 1.8, it's got to sweep out a bit in order to get there. You'll still have to sweep out, but I think you're a bit more intelligently sized. With snapping, without snapping. We'll do it with snapping, looking for the place where it allows me to drop it. Be there. Well, you know what? Don't worry about the fairing yet, because what you need are some interstage nodes. And then you grab the other satellite. And it looks like you're going to be there. Don't need all that mess. And that allows us to package 2 of them if, like, what are we doing here? That's a little tight, is what that is. It's a little tight, but I'd like it to be, you know, I don't want to waste the space, the length. Oh, well, that's another thing that you were going to do with this satellite, really. That won't be saved in the thing now. It won't be saved in our subassembly. But the donuts, you know, you always want to embed into the donuts a bit. Get some of the space back. So I'll do like one snapping tick embed there. And then one snapping tick, well, that's not, no, we'll hold shift and pull down one more time on there. And then we're embedded into those, and then we've got clearance there. And everything should be as it was. Even the solar panels pack up underneath the fairing mounts nicely. Just barely. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Save that, I think. And then let's build the fairing over it. Again, looking for that place where the game's like, yeah, could you give me some space in order to get this stuff in here, man? Because it's a little bit tight. It's a little bit close. I don't like it. Yeah? No, you're not liking that either. Okay, I didn't click the relay antenna. I swear I didn't. I know you think I did. But you're a liar. Aren't you? You're just a liar. A lying liar is what you are. What you always been. A little bit tighter. A little bit tighter. Can I have it a little tighter? Nope. Okay, a little bit there. There was where it worked. And then up, 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 up. Here's our payload. And if we wanted to be stupid... Ooh. I haven't been stupid lately. Ooh, that too. Oh, goodness. It's Full Metal Jacket on this one. There you go. And then you. I might just go as simple as that is. That looks clean and nice. You know, I do like that as well. Who wouldn't? It's gold. It's going to Eve. I don't know why that matters. I'll tell you what I won't do that because the reflective stuff, at least while we're building it, the reflective colors, they do weird things and you can't actually see through them while you're rotating. Another little, you know, high level of polish on Kerbal, isn't it? But yeah, so that gives us 1200 DV on the Eve platform, 1100 on the Gilly satellite for itself. That's good. Now we just need to, you know, ship it to Eve. So looking at our Delta V map, really all we need to concern ourselves with is going solar. That's the main bit of this, and then we add a little bit on and we're there. So 3400 plus 950, we'll just say that it's, you know, 4500. 45, let's say 4600 Delta V in order to get all the way there. For the flyby, anyway. But the other thing, Pawn, you seem to be forgetting. The other thing, what's the other thing? The other thing was that you wanted all of this to, you know, you wanted something that comes home. And part of the thought originally was that we would collect the science from in this as we're passing, because it's going to be in the best place it's ever going to be. Everybody's got a magnetometer boom on them. You know, we could theoretically use all of the science that's on any of these things when we used it, except that if we've just got the one mystery goo container there, when it gets to Gilly, we'd like to run one at Gilly, right? And it will be consumed if we use it up. So we could create... This is the pivotal point right now. Are we going to Eve probe first? No manned mission here. Or are we sending a man for a flyby? Because we could send a pilot and a scientist. And the scientist could be able to, you know, repack some things. We could use everything a couple of times or something like that. I feel like it would be excessive, and I feel like it's also not 1000%, you know, in the spirit of space adventuring. That it's like, we never been there before, don't know how this is gonna go. Hey, Jeb, you wanna go? Okay, Jeb's down. You know, it's just not how you do it. It's just not how it's done. But if we focus on, you know, the idea that we're just going to have the one mystery goo with us, and we'll use that at the best place, which is going to be the best place that it will ever be, which will be high over Eve. Yeah. Then what we build would be just another little probe that is a specifically built for return science platform. That we can collect all the data from all of the places that we're going to collect it, and then move it into there, and then it has its own science to be able to run at the various places that will be like solar, and like high over Eve, and like solar, because we're not really going to get anywhere else with this, are we? Solar and high over Eve, and we're probably not going to go low. Although after we drop everybody, we could try and... Yeah, probably not. Don't plan for that. So it's not that much science. Not that many points of science to collect anyway. Are we dragging all of that home, then? Another question to ask. You know? Because this is a fairing, it's a deployment thing, but we're taking this whole thing to Eve, we're carrying it up there. And then at some point, like, this needs to be thrown away after everything's detached from it, but there's nowhere to throw it away. We'll just be throwing it into space if we throw it away, and I don't usually like to do that. Not that it would ever be a problem again. And it is definitely how it would be done in the real world. Just chuck it out there. I don't know that that's true. But I do like to say things, don't I? What are the terms of our actual just, like, go to Eve thing? It's just return to Kerbal from a flyby of Eve. Having some trouble getting off the boards here, trying to think of how I want to do this, what I want to do. I'm very much open to ideas from chat. Because, I mean, it would be another probe that needs to be able to fly itself home and return and everything. I'm not sure if it would be under this fairing in the long run, but let's just start slapping some things on there. It's got to be controlling the big platform that gets us all the way back. What if this were the head? This were the head? What? This were the... Yeah, what if this were the head? What's our... So... Are you going to be the root part? And then if I take you off... And then I had this probe in here. Okay. We still got clearance? But barely. I love but barely, too. But barely is the best. But barely is the best. Yeah, the thing is, the other thing to bear in mind is that this is it's inefficient in the idea that the Gilly probe will have to get to Gilly from where we release it, and this will have to get to its orbit from where we release it on our flyby, which means both of them independently have to, like, burn retrograde in order to get a capture and then head to their destinations separately. If they were one unit that then detached from one another, and then, you know, like, as a pair, and this guy could push this guy to wherever he's going, they both have enough delta V. I think you stick with this for now, but here's my thought, alright, for the returning thing. We got another Octo here, is going to be our return boy, and then on the front of this is everything. So, you need whatever you're going to need. All of the things that you need, you'll need, and they'll be here. With the idea that, let me see if this actually pans out the way that I'm imagining it, like... We need a heat shield for your return. Like, this would be what comes back. It comes back, and then when we're dropping it in from there down. Would be the notion. Make you the center, the root part. So everything above here would be gone. Everything above there would have broken off. Yeah, it would have broken off once we got to Eve. The truss structure and everything will be gone, and we'll be unnecessarily dragging... Well, that's 3 tons with the fairing in place. I kind of need to know, so now I'm going to delete the fairing that it took me a minute to make. It's 2.19 tons for that. Having a big, thick media blader is, you know, not a bad idea for this, but 2 tons of just a blader and that platform, you know? Also, if I were to... I can just Control Z to get us back from here. If I were to rip you off... 1.5 tons when we're carrying this around, and that's with full ablator. It's still 1.5 tons of ablative material. Coming back from Eve, being able to slam into the atmosphere at whatever speed we want is nice. So we'll... Okay, 1.5 tons. Right. Yeah. You go away. You go away. Are we good? Everything's back in place, more or less? Okay. You are the centerpiece. So we'll deal with 1.5 tons, and then anything that we need can just be here. Am I getting, you know, stupid? Am I getting kind of stupid? I getting kind of stupid with this? So let's say we had a pair of you guys, because we got solar and we've got low over Eve to get. That's all we're gonna hit. Solar and or high over Eve. Solar and high. So we just need 2 of everything that we want to be able to bring home. Yeah. We could use the thermometer that's on this boy. There's a thermometer somewhere on this boy. It's under the engine? Yeah. Thermometer and barometer could be from that one. Collected and then transmitted, though, it would have to be. If we don't do that, so you're a 0.05 ton kind of a thing, and I would have to have, like, one of those on here for storing the science. Yeah, find a way to stand. Merry Christmas from Germany with a 53-month subscription. I don't even know how many years that quantifies. The math is too hard. Evil Donner Balkan, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. And Merry Eve'smas to you as well. That's the X stands for Eve. We're just prepping for our Eve mission now. And I'm trying to figure out what we send and what we bring back. Looks like it's going to be a full probe mission. 3 stack, 3 tiers, 3 different probes. One of them that returns, one of them that stays in orbit of Gilly, one of them that stays in orbit of Eve. Presuming I've got enough Delta V to pull off all of these things that I'm talking about, which is a bit of a guess, but I think we've got a heavy amount of DV between the 2 ships to be able to pull off everything that needs to happen here. I'm just trying to figure out how the primary probe that actually returns works. Because I could put, and thank you so much again, Evil Donner Balkan, 53 friggin' months. Don't forget your Eve'smas tree. If I can, yeah. Wait, is this, something in here is probably an Eve'smas tree. It's already on board. Either I use the equipment that's up here and I add a 0.05 ton part that we can extract things from, put it in there and bring it home. Or, I don't do that. We don't add a 0.05 ton part. Instead, we have 2 thermometers at 0.005 tons to get the data from the 2 places that we're going to want to get that data. So, pair of you, like that, 1 on either side. We have 2 barometers, and then they can just, like, they can contain what they've got in them and bring them home. I'm not sure if that's necessary. It's just been so long since I tried to plan a mission like this one. And that brings us up to 0.02 tons. So we're still saving weight over the other option that I was looking at. Where we include that science gathering majigger. And I'm just trying to make this look cool now by, you know, making sure that it's kind of embedded in the right places as though it was truly connected. So then that's 2 thermometers, 2 barometers. I don't need anything seismic because we won't be landing. Atmosphere, we're not going to be hitting Eve's atmosphere this time, which, damn, but we're not. We're not? We're not. We're really, really not. Okay. That's not part of the plan anyway. So no surface scanning module. We've got 2 mystery goos on there already. We don't need another survey scanner. We've got the 1 Science Junior that we're going to get for Eve as we go. If we put another Science Junior on here, the only virtue of it would be that it could get solar as we went. So, yeah. So that puts all of those things on the side of this that would be for return. This would also need SAS. And its own electricity and everything would have to be on here. Oh, holy crap. That's a dozen subs. That's a Merry Eavesmas, is what that is. Little Magnets gifting 12 subs to Vulcan Rider, West Lay, Score Gaming, by the way, Alcanus, Alkaline, Ovaltine Hangover, that's very seasonal. Den Campy, Twitching Astronaut, Oregon, CRX, Orange Mage Didon, Orange Magadon. I'm glad you didn't. And Scubbinard and Gruftmaid and Portable Gem, welcome all to the Big Dick Club. 237 gift subs. That brings it to, for Little Magnets, another dozen drop. Thank you so much. I'm leaving again. I have to get up early tomorrow, so maybe I will get here in time sometime in the future. Bye. Good night, Evil Downer Balkan. Thank you for stopping in. I hope to see you in the VOD. So the SAS is another thing that we're going to need here. And it won't need much. This is just a return thing, anyway. But we are impacting our headroom by putting another piece on that's like that. So then the question is, can I put it elsewhere? And the answer is, don't be stupid, okay? You don't have to be rude. I know you enjoy being, but you don't, it's not necessary for the rudeness. If I switch to that, to the root part, pull you off, put you under there, put you on top. You also need electrical. 0.05 for that. Electrical, do I have a 0.05 electrical? It would be the giant battery bank. So, yeah.
Not leaving without some bits.
Thank you, Evil Downer Balkan. I was kind of waiting for it. Have a good night. 834-bit cheer. Thank you so much. Merry Eavesmas. Because we're going to Eve eventually here. Maybe, if I ever get it done. We've only been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we're almost to the point where I can build something underneath it and consider launching it. I think we're getting there. But yeah, thank you so much, Evil Downer Balkan. Offensive Twitch, I never get lucky with gifted subs. Well, now that you've said it, it's going to happen, because that's just... Not because somebody's going to do it for you in chat here, but just because, you know, it's like, I just washed the car, and then it's gotta rain at that point, and you just said it out loud. Like, if I'm like, oh my god, I'm on the best speed run of my life, it's gonna fall apart. If I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm going too fast, I look over and I'm 3 minutes ahead. You know, that's just... Whatever you think is happening, the universe takes great pleasure at kicking you in the teeth. If the SAS... hang on, because there's another balance that we could maybe do where I put everything off to the side. So it's 0.04 for you, and then the SAS itself is 0.05. So 0.04, 0.05, 0.4, 0.5. So then with the electrical, you're 0.01. It's not much electrical, but we wouldn't need much electrical. That works out perfectly, because... if the probe is 0.04, then two of those equals one of these. So then it's just down to getting that to attach there, which means we'll have to be adding a pair of octagonal struts. Like something like that, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. And then this actually goes on, and those are gonna have to move, but this goes on here, just one. And that goes on there with this little battery. And let's make sure that the battery panel is accessible to the service technician. I always do, too. Just like part of my, I don't know, OCD or whatever. It's not, I don't. And then the SAS unit goes over here, and then that's 0.5 and 0.05. It adds up. That's 0.05, that's 0.04, that's 0.01. Well, that's 0.4 and that's 0.1. That gets us all the things we need, and then these could actually now be, like, things could be more central. What is going on with that? Things could be much more central here. You are down there. Yeah. And then if I take you boys, move you in nice and tight. I'll leave you guys where you are because I already made the effort to put them there. Then we'll go to science, grab some thermometers, pair of these. You weren't snapped. Snap. Drop you in. So 2 barometers, 2 thermometers, 2 goos. 2 goos, pair of goos. And then you guys are kind of squeezing it, so I'll just move you out a little bit more. But that should be perfectly balanced weight. What it is. If I dropped you in more, does that help or hurt with just how I think it looks? And they should be as tight as possible because the idea would be that this whole thing comes into the wind when we come back. Oh, do you guys remember PogChamp, the original version? I don't. Nope. 0.1 tons on that parachute, 0.1 tons on that parachute, so it doesn't matter which one we use, except that for balancing we gotta use 2 of them, unless we gotta use 2 of them. There's no, we just do. We don't. We could, hang on. So if I took you away again, set you over here, and then I packed 1 underneath. It's a 1.5 ton return. Yeah, that's fine for this. And it's a probe, so, you know, it's not like anybody's spine's gonna break when it hits the ground. But I could do that, and then put you on top of there, and then pack a single parachute into the no nodes that aren't there anymore. So what I need from you is to lay down flat, like that, and then find the absolute center, which apparently that is. Come up. And back down to where you're actually, you know, touching the thing that you're supposed to be attached to. And you can go on the inside of that. This can attach to the top of that. Then we got 1 parachute. Huh? Huh? So take that back off, and what are we looking at? 3.3 tons. Okay, it's 3.3 tons at this point. The SAS is off-center. You think that's going to be a problem, Pawn? No. It wasn't. I didn't really think about that. It'll be fine. Because I really like how much work I did to balance it, to make it, and then, so yeah, no, is what I'm saying. Curious if I just take you, and with a half snap down, and with a half snap down, you're not exactly at the same points. I don't know why that would be the case, but apparently it is sometimes. Whatever. I don't know. Do I like it better that way? No. Oh god. Put it back. Put it back. You're not put back. Put you back. There you go. Now you're put back. 3.3 ton return, 1 little parachute on it. It's incredibly light. It's 3.3. It's a big surface area. I don't know. It's probably going to be okay, is what I'm saying. Boy, I'd hate to get back and it's not okay, because I wanted to do 1 parachute instead of 2. Yeah, let's not. Let's just not. And I'll have 2 parachutes like that. It's kind of neat. Makes it look like we got some kind of power plant thing going on. Ah, but then you penetrate up there. Well, then you just move it out a little bit. Yeah, but then it's into the wind more on return. Don't worry about it. It's exactly what I should worry about. What else would I be worrying about if not that everything's going to explode on re-entry? I don't know. Eavesmas? It's interesting is what it is. And I like things that are interesting. Everything's where it should be. We've got clearance on everything still. That could be our payload. Now that would be what is controlling the ship. The entire way. This probe would be the guy. So you'd be the sensor, you'd be the main part, and we'd be controlling from there. Yeah. Wait, no, it's you. You would be the one who's controlling. It doesn't matter yet. or ever. But the idea would be that we'd have a great big old decoupler down here. Okay, yeah, do like that. And then we just got to push this, which is 6.1 tons, to Eve. So we do that backwards. If you have been hanging around waiting for like when we figure out how to put a craft together, we do that backwards. We start at Eve and say we want 950 plus 90 plus 80. So let's just say we want like 13, a little over 1300 to know that we can get the suborbital pass, or actually the suborbital pass is all we're going to. So we could stop right there and just say 950 plus 90, 1040, and build for that. Say 1100, let's say 1200 then. If we don't actually need to slow ourselves down and get there, we'll see what we end up at. If we're a little bit over 1300, I'm not going to piss at it. But that's what we want in terms of, you know, getting there. Right? And then for getting home, like, am I going to get a free return from Eve? If I hit it just right? I don't know how this is going to go. As long as we can get back to Kerbal, and it should be more or less a free return. Let's go for 13 to 1400. I mean, not necessarily a free return. We might have to change our direction, but we're so... We can be out in between planets when we make the corrections if needs be. We'll be going so fast at Eve's periapsis as well. Any like correction that we want to make in order to get home should be super cheap. 13, 14, 15, 1900. We're going to start. So that's what we want to take with us. That's the fuel that we want to get us there. I don't know at all what kind of, you know, engines we're going to want for that. Let's try with a poodle. Like whether they need to be huge or not so huge. Make sure we're in vacuum, and let's say around Kerbal, just so that our readings are going to be, I don't know, something. But in vacuum for this is 2,204 if we put the poodle on there. And it's only a 1.5 TWR at Kerbal, which is probably about right. If I go down any on the engine, on the transfer engine, it's going to take us a long time to get her done. It's a long flight, but where would you go down to? I mean, the next thing would be the Terrier in terms of, like, just space, high-efficiency, spacey engines. If I were going to do the Terrier, then that would look like... Which one? I can never tell. That's the one. There you go. So what does that and that give me? 1500. 1500. TWR, thrust to weight ratio on that is 0.5 at Kerbal. Wow. And then at Eve, 0.32. It would be a long set of burns. But it would do it, and it would do it for a lot less weight of our craft. The other thing is, when I was talking about how, you know, cheap it would be at the periapsis of Eve to make a correction because of our high speed and its gravity well, the longer that it takes us to make that correction, the less efficacy we get. I do want to go with like a small solution, if at all possible here. If I were to try and adapt down from that size, I don't have an adapter that does that, do I? I don't have anything that adapts from the 2.5. We really need to... Yeah, you got that. Well, you got that. So, what's in here? 540, 360. It's already too much to do that. I mean, I've got adapters, maybe. Do I have adapters? I got you down to you. And that just throws away some delta V in order to pack that up a little nicer. And it doesn't really need to be, because it's going to presumably be under a fairing. Alright, 1,500 for our transfer. Does that seem plausible to those of you who have done Eve lately, or who have just done any interplanetary transfer, because it's been ages. A coon's age. Raccoons have no idea how long it's been. That's how long it's been. So then that would also take another fairing, and I kind of hate to build this as big as it is, or to be changing size. Land all planets minimum delta V % world record win. Next stream? No. 20 minutes. Never is another way to go. The payload, I hate to, like, this would be more the size that we'd want for this if I'm earnest, and mainly, most of the time, I'm the Ronin pawn. I'm very rarely earnest. I'd love it if you didn't look like that. But I feel like this is the size because it's actually not that heavy. Is there a snapping that will not look like ass? Alright, fine, you can look like ass. Oh, you look fine. You look like ass all the way around, and it kind of works. But you see what's going on there that I'm not loving. You can have a wee little tail that we'll be pushing up. But this is more the correct size probably for what we'll need. Because we'll be working in the 1.8 meter range. Is that what it is? Not you. Like you. And do I have a taller version of that? You're the TX stuff. Nope. I guess that's what I got. Flip it upside down. Don't flip it upside down. Yet. Anyway, maybe. For style later. And then let's just slap an engine on there to see what it is. Bobcat. 1,462. That's in vacuum. But we want to start looking at altitude, because this would be our liquid fuel stage to lift it. So I'm going to set my altitude to 12 kilometers. Presuming that the SRBs will push us up to about 12 kilometers when we put solid rockets, solid fuel boosters on it. And at Kerbal, at altitude, it's telling me 1.72 to start burning with this. So TWR too high, 1,452 meters per second in delta V, not enough delta V. Good, because that means we get to make it longer and taller, and now we're at 1924. What I'm looking for to get to orbit is going to be like a 2400, and then add 1,000 SRBs. So 23, that's good. TWR of 1.2, that's also plausible. I'm also fine with that, because that'll be our slowing down a little bit at the turn kind of a deal. You see what I don't, not a fan of, like, going up and then up and then up in the sizes. But yeah, that's a good TWR, that's a good delta V for that stage, and then we get like 1,100 out of the SRBs, which should be pretty easy. Start with a pair of radial decouplers. And then back over to our engines, and then it's just like the Pollux will probably be too much, but the sidekicks will probably not be enough. Sidekicks give us the delta V we want, and the TWR we want. So no, actually the sidekicks, two of them, is too much TWR and too much delta, too much delta V. Is that for real? Oh, well, you're not at sea level yet. At sea level, TWR is still heavy, delta V still heavy. So from there we can just remove some of the fuel and close this, make it so that it doesn't burn quite as much or quite as hard. It's not a less efficient burn. What? Yeah, you heard me. Slower burn. Let's put, where's my friggin' aerodynamics? And then nose cones. You guys, that's what's got to be on there. Can't have you. I could have you. You're not going to be with me for long. There. Make it just white, or go the other direction and get all crazy. Oh, there's only two things for this. I'm going to prefer that because it stands out a little bit more. If I do that, then it looks like crap. If I do that, it's fine. Wow, that's a lot of staging that it's come up with there. 1,238 meters per second in delta V. Let's drop some of that solid fuel off. One tick down gets us to 1144. I could probably deal with that. Another tick down. And we're down to 1,046. Let's go with 1144, be a little bit heavier than we need. And then on the TWR off the pad, I'm looking for something that's more in the range of... A 1.4 would do, if I don't plan to burn my liquid fuel engines alongside it. And I probably should, a little bit, just for stability. So I'm going to back it off a bit to 1.34, bearing in mind that then I'm going to put on some fins for atmospheric control as we're going up. We are sorting by mass. I'm always looking for the fins that I'm looking for, and rarely am I finding them. I put 4 of them on down here. Delta V down to 1136, TWR still at 1.34 off of that. So the idea would be we start off the pad with 1136 meters per second delta V on the SRBs. When we drop the SRBs, we switch on the liquid fuel. We're up to 2,135 meters per second. We should be dropping those around 12 kilometers or higher. And that's only 1.919 TWR on those. That's a little bit... It's a little... is what it is. Like 1.2 was already low. To see a 1.9 or 1.19 makes me go, really? That's going to slow down quite a bit at that turn. And it's 2,265 meters per second plus 1136, so it's close but no cigar. Right? I don't want to put any more engines on. My idea would be to siphon off more fuel. Or I could just put the fuel back in the SRBs, run them longer. We'll be higher and going faster. TWR will be a little bit better because we'll be further up. I'm going to stick with this as it is. So then we'd be done with that liquid fuel stage. We'd be in orbit. Or near to orbit when we dropped all of that. When we did drop all of that, so that'll be this. We kick on this engine. Our... What did I put on here? Terrier? Wow, that is a long fucking burn. You really want to do this transfer with a Terrier instead of a Poodle, huh? It'll be a nice, slow ship to China, is what it'll be. Slow boat to China. And we should, at that point, have, in vacuum, 1,500 meters per second in delta V to get our flyby of Eve. So we'd be dropping that, potentially before we did the fairing. No, fairing should come off first, regardless of how that works. And then we're going to Eve. What are you dropping? That's our pusher. That's when we're coming home, when we're done with everything. Okay, all the fairings need to be together in the stage. We don't need to carry the weight of any of those fairings once we're up, which will get us some delta V back. Like a lot, actually. So we do that, and then when we're coming back, we'd be dropping that. So this would be like the last thing to happen, except for like parachute deployal. We're up there. And then this would decouple that and give it its engine, and that would decouple that and give it its engine. We want to decouple the ghillie one first, so that the fairing will, you know, cease to be in our way once we're releasing things. Like that one will be able to just and go away. This guy, not so much. In fact, I should probably reach in here and turn the force percent on this down to nothing, just in case. Maybe give it 1% force, just in case I blow that. But yeah, Gilly separation first. You guys are in the wrong. Yeah, that's you're mixed together incorrectly. So you should be down here, and then it's you two, and then you would be up here, and then it's you two, and then that's us coming home. There's the Mary Eavesmas Mark 1, and I even put a star on top for you. Save it, because we might have a craft here. It says by vacuum we have 6,023 meters per second, but what we should really have here is from sea level, 1,136. Then we get up to altitude, we drop the SRBs, we have another 2,265. That's almost 3,400 meters per second of delta V, which is what we need to make orbit. Which means we're going to have to burn a little bit that's in here in order to finish things off, which sucks. And every time I say that, I think, why don't you just keep all the liquid fuel? That's the wrong thing, Pawn. Why don't you keep all the liquid fuel? And then go back, or the solid fuel, sea level, TWR 1.23, and if I'm burning my liquid fuel engines alongside it a little bit for extra control, that should be okay. I'll push it up a touch more. 1.2, yeah, actually, we want it more like 1.3. Alright, so now from sea level we're saying 1,200 meters per second, followed by 2265. Now we've got ample fuel. We should be parking this thing in orbit. We didn't have to spend anything from the transfer stage in it. We drop our fairings off. We drop the final liquid fuel stage as we transfer into that boy. Yeah. Last little touch. Struts. And probably just these two. From you to somewhere over here. And that'll strut from there to there. It'll be held from there. It'll be held from there. And I've already moved these down a little bit on our decouplers so that when they blow off, they'll and then come together instead of just slamming right into us. I could probably get away with moving them down a little bit more. And then maybe the same with you. Yeah. Have we got a ship? Have we got an Eve-ready ship here? What's its weight? 82 tons, full of fuel, ready to go. 3 probes on board, technically. The thing I've thought least about is this guy. And now, yep, see? So here's what have you thought least about that's, you know, pretty important that you're going to need is there's no solar generation on this guy. Whatever he's got in his batteries, once everything that has panels decouples, is what he's got left in his battery, which is not a good idea. We need some kind of solar on there. It's electrical. What do you want to add here, friend, and where would you add it? And the strange little complex you've built. I mean, once he does detach from that, it is just a fly home kind of a thing. I am considering just putting the lowest weight static panel somewhere on here. 2 of them. Does anybody agree with that? I know it's on the outside of these too, so it's like, I don't know about that. One there, put one there. Yeah, you do? You agree with that? All right. Now I know. Thank you, little magnets. I know who to blame later when it doesn't work very well. I don't know if that's the place to have them, but at least it would give us like the most visibility. Yeah, from a number of different perspectives. And I can't pull you in anymore because of that, it will technically work. And that's the only way that it needs to work. Are you kidding me? I can't, like, right-click on that for some... Why can't I right-click on that? Is there just no information to be known about a solar panel? So you just don't pull anything up? Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. But I was going to look at, can I have that, like, under? Can I pack it so tight that it's under, but it's not penetrating? And it looks like I can, especially if I do squeeze for that last little millimeter of clearance that I have before I hit the donut there. And then, again, this is just us choosing to play the game a certain way and choosing to be like, would it work? Could it work? What if this? What if that? But yeah, I'm gonna do it like that. Do it on this side as well. Right up until I see it start merging through the part underneath it. Okay, you are at two entirely different heights, though. Let's see if I can't get you guys similarly. Eyeballing it. I think I've gone past it. Somewhere around there. Okay. Okay. That's our craft. The Mary Eve's Mass Mark 1. We're ready to go to Eve, which would be a thing that we would do after this live stream break. Huh? Huh? We've been here less than 2 hours and we're ready to do it, baby. Not less than 2. Less than 3 hours and we're ready to do it. It was, I wasn't planned for it. And we're gonna go. We're gonna try anyway. God, I hope the comms thing works out. This is an entirely probe-controlled craft. This could just fail utterly on its face because we can't communicate with the Space Center on the other side of the friggin' solar system, which surely we can't. Well, we'll run into that problem when we go and launch it and get halfway through the mission, and then everything's shit. Because that's what's going to happen, isn't it? So 7 minutes from now, stick around to hear me then launch into a dissertation on how, like, just player unfriendly and kind of broken Kerbal Space Program is for a whole bunch of reasons, because I'll be angry at the fact that that's what, and you need to do this first, but it's not, and then pawn not out.
It's not pop, so just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from Iraq. Electronica, embezzled by hip-hop, here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing to say but buying lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is glitchy love at 104, so daddy quit your bitch. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, itching. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
than the cortisol present, better lose the box.
Doesn't matter if you're
Cooler, hotter than the cortisol present, better lose the box.
Doesn't matter if you're
Cooler, hotter than the cortisol present, better lose the box.
Doesn't matter if you're
Cooler, hotter than the cortisol present, better lose the box. I carry the club like Neanderthal. The choir got everybody dancing, dog. Yell on that X, I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still, please don't meander, dog. They're throwing jazz at me to challenge my rap savvy. I sway like Callaway, I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees, you a screw to this. Menage a Quad, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teeth and rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though they pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered, respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's French fire. Challenge my rap, Swabby, keep the first one.
Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. That looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer's here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit. It's past my bedtime, a season ago. Just a little bit, put out a little bit. When the birds and the insects put on a show. Give up a little bit. As the heat goes up, the cares go down.
Find good things in people.
As the fire gets hot all around the
Tell
town.
them the good things.
Summer's here to stay, but it's not too late.
Smile and talk. That's the first thing.
To feel the need to pollinate.
All day, things have been going better for Joe. Still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around. The sun struts in blinding, but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark. And watch the hills blossom near Central Park. And as the heat goes up, the cares go down. As the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to stay, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
You
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to go.
Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. We're Kerbling, and we're just putting the finishing touches, because I realize there are some finishing touches that need to go on to our ship to Eve. Our first attempted interplanetary thing at all in this career mode, and it's been ages. It's been zonks? Has it been zonks? I don't know. What is the... What's the conversion rate from zonks to minutes and seconds? It's been at least a zonk, probably several of them, since I did an interplanetary transfer. So this should be a horrible mess. It was about to be more of a horrible mess, and it could still be because of the comms considerations that you can't really figure out without, you know, several slide rules and NASA supercomputer. But one of the things that I failed to consider entirely is that this little bit that's supposed to return with some of our science, doesn't even have its own communications ability. There could be a lot of different problems with this, but one of them would be just simple comms. Now, so long as it's in range of our big, it will be able to do relay communications. Once we're between, if we need to make an adjustment solar or something like that, which is entirely possible, we're going to be screwed to a certain extent, to most of the extents, really. Sorting by mass, this is our strongest direct antenna is 15 Gs, and it's one of these, and it's pretty weighty, and I'd prefer not to do it. We can get 2 Gs of antenna rating out of the Communitron direct, which would be not quite equal even to the HG5 high gain antenna, which we had 2 of them on a comms satellite, or on just a satellite that got sort of flipped solar, sort of thrown, and it can't communicate to us, and it's not that far away. So we kind of would need a big HG5S to have any hopes of being able to communicate with this probe before it's back at Kerbal. If we plan to just have it, like we figure out at Eve, while we still got the benefit of all this stuff, we make the adjustments that we need while we're in Eve's SOI and at her periaps to make sure that our return craft is actually returning, then we don't have to put a big friggin' antenna on there, but we need some kind of antenna. I'm tempted to just throw on a Communitron 16, pair of those, and call it a day, because if we're planning to do it that way, then I don't know that this dinky guy is going to do much for us, and we would have to go to that, and that's a lot of weight to add to something that's already pretty much done, and then that's for a different plan. So I think just having the Communitron on it, once we're back in Kerbal's area, we have more than enough communication satellite to handle anything that we need to do from there. And we should be able to do it from anywhere within Eve's SOI, so it's just, there will be no adjustments on this thing once we've gone solar with it. That ain't gonna happen. So yeah. And these antennas, where do you want them? Well, I definitely want 2 of them so that they will be, symmetrical. Don't like them there. Trying to find a place where it looks okay. Let's say we did that, and then we embedded it enough so that it didn't look stupid, and like it was floating. What if? Huh? Try and follow me. I know I'm talking big thoughts here, but what if it didn't look stupid? And then you extend. We'll extend them only once we've, detached that stuff. They do need to extend before. Let's give them a bit of an angle. And then you, sir. And that without the snap, please. I could have swore I told you without the snap. I didn't. I must have said with snap. There you go. And that'll go. That'll be crappy, actually. No, put it further out, as far out as you can get. And then when they extend, do we have clearance on those guys? Just barely. And that's how you want it. Want them to lean against each other. Really? just a little extra twist for clearance in case there's some rumbling during takeoff, kind of a thing. That's fine. Right there. A pair of those guys. Okay. So we got that. Other things that need to be handled. Every single one of these needs to be hibernate in warp auto, which I've complained many times just needs to be the stock standard setting in Kerbal. Don't know why you would want it to be not auto and just waste some of my electricity when I'm not around. Is not an option that anybody's, begging for. That also means you hibernate in warp auto. And then we could set up a whole bunch of action groups to make deployment more enjoyable once we're there. Let's save those changes. So action grouping me. We usually do on 7 and 8, or where I put my comms and... No, it's 8 and 9. 8 and 9 are comms and solar. I never remember which is which. But we'll put solar on 9. Yeah, I suppose. Are we going to be able to deploy any of the solar on our way? Like, I can't deploy that solar, so I'm not going to put that on 9. Yeah. Until the fairing is gone, I don't want to deploy it. That would be cheatsy. But I can at least have this little... these, anyway. So you guys will extend on 9... And that's it for solar, and we'll do those manually once we're there. Wow, seeing some of the flaws in the design as we're putting it together. On E for extending comms, or on 8 for extending comms, the only thing that actually goes on there is this, right? Pretty much it. Toggle the antenna with those. Yeah? Yeah. And then... like, that's it? I mean, we could put lights on it and stuff like that. I don't want to put lights on it. There's satellites. There's, if you're coming out to work on them, bring a torch. Bring a hand torch, man. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. We could put some lights on it, couldn't we? He's trying to avoid actually launching the thing. We see you, Pawn. We see you. No, it'd be nice if they had a little... and there's some places to tuck them. So, like a dome light... underneath that would be neat. Yeah. Just pull you off. Put a dome light here. Give it an absolute snap. Absolute snapping. Boom. Now you're dead in the middle. And draw you up without a snap so you're not inside the thing. And then you got a little light in there. Mm-hmm. And then, is there a color that you want in particular? It's throwing light in a place that's not really helpful at all. It's a light. Get off my nuts. We'll color it, put the light back on, color it, magenta. No. Fuchsia? I like that. I don't hate that. And then maybe just a little bit more white than that, but just like a touch. Just a little touch of, yeah, something going on there. That's nice. And then, boom. Okay? Except for it needs to be off when we're launching. Don't need that light on. Draining our electric charge for no reason. Mm-hmm. So that's one light for you. And then down here... any chance for good lighting from here? Another dome, spotlight, navigation. I had like 4 navigations along the edges of you with a snap and on both sides. Is that, yeah, that's both of them. And then if I do that, light on, it's shining in entirely the wrong direction. Maybe it's here? And throw some light. Maybe it's like that, and they throw it back down away from one another. Well, no. That. You. And then one down here. And I won't even color them, because I know I can smell you getting annoyed. No, but I'm not smelling any of those things. Because I don't want to. I'm not going to smell your things. Especially if they're annoying. It's a little bit of light to be thrown somewhere. It probably won't make anything particularly more visible. But hey, there's some lights on there now. Are those all on? Turn them off. You get. There you go. Lights off. Nice. Okay. There's some lights. Save it again. Staging should still be the staging. What we're going to find out when we launch this ship is whether or not these two antennas, like how far do they get us? How far can we communicate back with Kerbal with these two things, which are the biggest that I've unlocked, RA-15s so far in medium science mode, or not, medium career mode, moderate difficulty career mode. How are they going to behave for us? Is this going to be a complete botch? And entirely possibly. But I think that's it. I think it's time to launch it. Let's make sure that the time is right. I figure we put it up in orbit, we get it sitting there waiting. This is a good time of day to launch, and then we come up to 18 days from now when we're supposed to leave for Eve, and then we figure it out. Because as I have said before, I don't know. It's been too long since the last time I tried to do one of these to know what I'm in for here. So 19, the Mary Eavesmas Mark I. Nobody on board, probe-controlled ship. Put it out on the pad. And let's see where we get with this. Could turn into some kind of version where we have to drop a relay satellite as we go in order to be able to communicate with things at Eve, or I don't know. We'll find out. SAS on. Throttle to some. I do want to burn the Bobcat a little bit alongside the SRBs just to have a little bit extra control authority over it as it goes. And we'll find out how this thing flies. If anything, I probably should have turned it so that our SRBs would have been into the wind as we go to give us more of a body lift scenario from that. But it's out here now, so I guess we're going to launch it. Houston, could we get a countdown?
What are you doing, Pawn?
Launching. This is, the thing with Eve?
Oh, yeah, how she screwed everything up for humanity, and God doesn't like women.
Well, if you read the Judeo-Christian text, you could definitely take away, but that's not what he's... No, with the planet Eve.
Oh, wow, is that already here?
Yeah, it's time to do that.
I thought it was Eavesmas. I thought we're a little bit early.
Yeah, well, it's Eavesmas Eve, in fact.
So, scrubbed launch?
No, scrub my balls, Houston. Give me a countdown.
No, sir. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off and away. And I'm going to immediately pull back on the liquid fuel as I feel I can. I'm also going to just tip us down a little bit and get a feel for, like, what's our SAS, what's our atmospheric control. It's feeling pretty good. I'm going to kill the liquid fuel engines entirely, because we've got more than enough control, I think, anyway. Do seem to be pulling a bit to the north as we rise. But hey, that'll happen with the best of the things that I make, anyway. So, about halfway through our solid fuel at this point. 5 kilometers. Yep, pulling to the north, indeed. There you go. Hold it there for a second. And we'll just hold here at 60 degrees, 70 degrees on the bubble. Whatever it is, solid fuel down to 1/5 remaining about. You can actually go ahead and follow your prograde if you're capable of doing that. Okay, about to come up full liquid as we transfer from solid to liquid fuel. Going full on liquid fuel now. Dropping. Beautiful separation, very clean. TWR should be well low at this point, which should encourage us to fall down the ball a little bit more quickly. But we're already at 46K on our apoapsis, so I needed to turn over a lot faster with this craft. Very stable though, super, super stable. 53K on the apoapsis, and I am pulling us down hard. I'd like to see orbital information at this point. 58K on the apoapsis. I'm diving for the horizon for the rest of this this burn, so that we can burn as much as we possibly can all at once. So 61K on the apoapsis and just creeping up slowly but surely. We're at 45K. Flinging your overgrown shaped charge into orbit. Let's hope it doesn't do what shaped charges do. 60, so there's a lot of people in chat who would love it if that's what happened. 63.4 kilometers. We have 1,300 meters per second worth of speed, and I'm looking at the amount of delta V we have and how slowly it's burning, and wondering if we're sucking fuel from places we're not supposed to be. We shouldn't be. We're, you know, between decouplers at all of those points, but look at the speed we've got. Look at our apoapsis. I'm wondering. Trying to keep us on the horizon. We're at 67.5 kilometers on the AP now. 68.5, 69, 70. Gonna push us up to just 72 or so with this primary burn. 72 killing engines. Following prograde from here. That was a pretty good launch. We have 1,900 meters per second worth of speed orbitally, and still 500 meters per second in the tanks with a periapsis of negative 259. We are going to make orbit with our orbital stage. There's not going to be any need to suck fuel from the transfer stage off of this thing. And since we have killed our burn a little bit early, we're going to make it into space, and then I can blow all of these fairings and get extra delta V back off of everything, which is going to be, at least in this lifter stage, thrown back down to the planet. Just thanks for that delta V, you can keep that fuel, is how this is going to end up going. We're now in space, so time for fairing removal. F5 from here, and fairings away. Okay, that is all of our fairings in this pack gone. And now that we're up here, I think I can go ahead and deploy our comms, which is just that right now, and our solar panels, which is just that right now. Okay, coming up on our apoapsis pretty quickly here. I've waited far too long. Get me control over this. Don't just follow prograde and start burning. Start burning for orbit. Burn a little bit above it to hold on to that AP. Yep, keep it with us. Periapsis is rising quickly. Powerful engines, lots of DV behind us still. Hold there. Okay, kill the engine, and let's just burn slow. And let's get our periapsis up to as high as we feel comfortable dropping this remaining liquid fuel back into the atmosphere. Knowing that it would eventually come down, while not wanting to have to work our other engines to handle it. So from here, we're going to lose this stage. F5 from here, drop that. Now we should be on this stage. Burn the rest of our circularization. And we have circularization at about 72 kilometers on the apoaps and the periapsis. 31 meters difference on that circularization. Beautiful. We have 1,650 meters per second now in the ship to push us to Eve. And that's as tight as that little package was. I'm very proud of that now that I get to see that up here. Go to free cam. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. What a tight little package to have what is technically 3 probes aboard. 2 satellites and the probe that is supposed to come home. But yeah, we're well in orbit now. And from here, we just wait until it's time to leave for Eve. Don't get me wrong, missions scrubbed in explosive fashion are highly entertaining, but you've put a lot of time into that ship, and I didn't want to see it rebuilt. Well, There may be a scrubbing of this mission eventually because of the relay antennas and the communication system, and I'm very much worried about that. I have no idea what we're going to see, but I don't have high hopes for a transfer to Eve, and this is all probe controlled, and, you know, how am I supposed to communicate over these long distances? We've just upgraded the tracking center to its highest DSN, so it's as good as it's going to get. But I do have hopes, and that was a very good launch, and the ship flew very well from the start. I'm happy. I'm happy right now. So, do we then plan for Eve now? I think we need to get a little bit closer to it. So, we're F5ing from here. We've been up for 0 days. We know that it's 18 days away is when we would leave. So, I'm going to focus Kerbal, and then I'm going to spin the planet quite a bit. And we're just going to leave these probes sitting up here, doing what they do, as the days roll on, and the moon goes round, and the Minmus goes round even. And really the way that this alarm system should work... Sentinels have finished mapping suitable comics for VACCO advanced suction systems. Did we complete a mission? Did it do it, even though we're out of contact with that thing? We're out of contact with it, and we did it anyway. Hooray! All right, that gives me hope for something. We just made money. We found comets. Yay. Carry on. That's 8 days. We got 10 more days until we're where we want to be. And I don't want to, like, get right up to the alarm and then figure this out. I would like to be a day 17 and then planning it. 16? 17? There we go. End of the 17th day. And now we want to plan this. So where's that sun thing that we've got? Right, it's over there. We want to go to Eve, which is somewhere Batum direction. We're going inward to some of the inner planets, well, to Eve in particular, but if you're going to an inner planet, then, if I remember correctly, you burn on the outside of the planet away from the sun in order to get there. So we'll just add a maneuver, and then I'm going to do this from right over here, which, God, I did so much work to make sure that it wasn't in the way, and it's still in the way. But so, Eve is where we want to go. Set you as my target. Refocus the ship. Alright. So get you back open, and we're going to add some prograde. Faster than that. Keep adding it. And we're... Nope. Nope, it's exactly the opposite then, isn't it? That you're supposed to leave from the inside pawn or something like that, right? If I want to get to Eve, if I leave from here instead, then there you go. And that's not, that's, so Eve would be here, target position at closest approach. And then that would be us at closest approach. Yeah. Yeah, he knows how to do this. How do you do this again? What am I supposed to be doing? Yeah. So if Eve's gonna be here, is our transfer just to do that or something? Is that all that? I don't... I'm confused. I told you I would be. So don't get angry with me. I mean, you can. It's entirely okay for you to do so. In fact, we know that this transfer is supposed to be, it's just 950 to break it, break orbit with it, and then what? We just like sit in solar orbit and wait for it to catch us? Or what's the idea here? 90 to get there, but so it should just be 950 plus 90. We're talking about just over 1,000 DV. So if I just roll our prograde back, damn it, back to just over 1,000 DV. And then I just figure out when the hell I'm supposed to leave in order to get there. Hello, confused. I'm Portable Jim. Hello, Portable Jim. If you're not confused, help me. If that's not your name, then give us all a hand. By which me. It's my hand. Yeah, I don't get it. Eve's out there. We'd be all the way out there when Eve is here. If we keep going, Eve will be later and later and later in its cycle. Okay, I'm starting to get an idea. So if we're doing like that, and then less DV. Alright, I gotta go up to be able to adjust. Oh, it's actually more DV. That don't seem right. I believe Eve needs to be 54 degrees before Kerbin to be optimal. Well, we're trusting the Kerbal alarm clock setting here to have told us when we're supposed to leave, which is definitely a bad idea to trust Kerbal to help you in any circumstance. But look at this, I'm already up to like 1500 meters per second, and then if I do this slowly, Eve comes back around to where it's supposed to be. That can't be right. You aren't close to a transfer window, says Portable Jim. Not even close, huh? Not even close to the time when I'm supposed to leave? But where's the alarm clock? Kerbin to Eve, 2 hours. 2 hours away from when we'd be transfer window from Kerbin to Eve. I mean, it definitely looks like we're nowhere near where we should be to leave, you know, in terms of the time of year and everything, because Eve's there, and then we get all the way out there, and then Eve's come all the way around here. I use MechJeb to plan transfers, just found it easiest for me. I'm not using any game or gameplay altering mods, just visual enhancements and stuff like that. So just trying to play the native game. And are we saying that the simple transfer that I set up ponks ago even, from Kerbin to Eve, that it's been lying to me the whole time? Kerbal did the thing again, implemented a mod badly. I mean, it's entirely possible that I just didn't read the way that we needed to, and then it's supposed to, but something, and I didn't. I mean, it says Kerbin to Eve, leave 2 hours from now. Try the Eve to Kerbin alarm. I guess we could try and create another alarm and see if there's a way to force the game to do things right. Let's do a planetary transfer window from Kerbin, starting body, destination body, Eve, and see if it gives me a completely different result by adding that. Oh, it's 378 days away. Now. So I have Kerbin to Eve, edit. This is a planetary transfer window from Kerbin to Eve. Starting body Kerbin, it says destination body Moho, but that's again because the developers don't actually know how to create UI, and so it doesn't update it to what it's supposed to be. Unless it's saying Kerbin to Eve, and this is actually Kerbin to Moho. Even though so if I change that to Eve, then it changes the day. If I go back to Moho, Eve, Moho, year 1, day 393. Cancel these changes. Let's make a new alarm for Moho. SOI change. No, not SOI change. Planetary transfer window. By the way, why not just make that like 1 bigger so that there's no scroll there? Kerbal developers. Kerbin, if we wanted to go from Kerbin to Moho, I'll click on it. Kerbin to Moho, add that alarm. Kerbin to Moho is 125 days away. So that's no. If you know, throw enough Delta V at it, it'll work. I brought enough Delta V to get there and get home, and then have some extra. We're already at like 1485, and we've got 1651. I remember that one of the transfer window alarms are broken. Well, oh, good. Is it this one? Kerbin to Eve. Like, you see that I haven't set anything up wrongly, have I? It says year 1, day 268. Warp action message options, starting body Kerbin. But then if I change it to Eve, it's now year 2, day 219. It's either the inner outer or the outer inner. So let's do that thing that Jim suggested a minute ago, which was set up a planetary transfer window from Eve to Kerbin and add that alarm. Eve to Kerbin is 298 days away. Why have I been waiting? Like, I want to know now. I want to know which one. Which one have I been waiting for? What is it? What is supposed to be viable in 2 hours and 38 minutes from now? Because we'll go there instead. Edit you. What if I went to Duna? Year 3? No, that ain't gonna help. Jewel? Year 2, day 2. I don't know what the... Well, wait. We can switch that, can't we? From MET. Year 1, day 267. So, year 1, day 267. Duna. Jewel. Drez. Elu. That's it. That's all of the places that you can go. Looks like you're close to a Duna transfer, but you're past it. So nothing is a year... nothing happens on year 1, day 267. Or day 268. And yet, I made a planetary transfer window. If I cancel this again and we open it up and say edit it, it says Moho, but that's just because UI. But day 1, it made a thing that says that this is when I should leave for something, and there's nothing. I've heard complaints about the stock alarm and transfer planners. Yeah, like telling you that you're almost ready to do a thing when you're no. When it will never arrive. We're a year away, is what we are. To go to Eve from Kerbin, go at year 2, day 117. Let's see if we click on this, and then we edit that one. Year 2, day 219. So, Sea Kraken Boy and Kerbal disagree by 100 days. This is the in-game system. This is what they put in to help players with what was already an impossible to interact with system, because there's no indication of when a planetary transfer window would exist, and then you're just supposed to like leave the game, open up a browser window, and find someone else who's already figured it out, and then do what they tell you to do. And so they said, well, people like Ronin Pawn, complaining for like, 8 years about shit like that in our game, we're gonna fix it. And now we've got, not only did they give me an alarm to Eve that has nothing to do with Eve, but also, my 5 minutes of research failed me, so Sea Kraken Boy. Maybe not. We've got evidence that these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe you're right. It's hilarious because the same mod developer did both versions as go on. How did I end up with a planetary transfer window that is just in Nowheresville? Did I do something wrong? Was it me? Like, all of these live streams are on pawnlive.roninpawn.com. Visit pawnlive.roninpawn.com today. It'll just take you to YouTube where the VODs are. You could go and find wherever the fuck it was in the beginning of, like, 6 days or so. Whenever we got our first, like, Eve mission. You go and find me going, and then it's all there. Been planning for this fucking Eve mission. It's just been coming up on me for ages. Interplanetary travel in KSB has been its biggest weakness, and a big reason why I've almost never done interplanetary missions in all these years. It's awful. Me too. I've for the sake of producing things for YouTube, sequences, skits, sketches, I've taken people to Elu, I've warped people to planets, all kinds of stuff. In terms of places that I have gone under my own power where I wasn't breaking the game in order to get there, which includes building a ship for the speed run that breaks the game by its own rules. I have gone to Duna, I have gone to Eve, I have gone to the moons there around, and I think that's it. I don't think I've even bothered going to Jewel because it's just so impossible to interact with. And then they finally fixed it. And this is what it looks like when it's fixed. An alarm transfer window for Kerbin's Eve on year 1, day 267. Transfer window from outer inner and inner outer are the same. That they are different in the transfer window planner means that one of them is wrong. So apparently there might be a window on day 123, but I don't know at this point. Yeah, nobody... Nobody knows. So this just ought not be in the game at all, because it makes something that already doesn't work worse. And now we've got disagreements from Google on the potential for like when the day would be by a difference of 100 by a third of a year. Third of a Kerbal year. Well, Merry Evesmas, everyone. Merry Eve's Mass. Evil Mass. If we threw enough Delta V at it, we don't have what let's just at least, we came up here with everything to go to Eve. We might as well see how much Delta V it would take to get there. So if I keep like putting on more and more and more and more prograde to get there faster and faster and faster and faster, and then I find the place in our orbit, I'm just clicking the left and right buttons in the middle here to move our leaving position around. Like, when could I possibly, like I get there and then, see, that's getting closer and better. But then we run out of, like, poof. How fast we could get to Eve. It's just if we 3,000 meters per second from this day is what I've come up with so far. Hey, we did it! We made it to Eve! Only 3,600 meters per second of Delta V required from this day. That's definitely not the most efficient transfer that I could get that would get me there. But is it worth hunting for something better? Like, what we could do is I will go down to exactly what we have, close as I can get it anyway, which we have 1,651 meters per second. There you go. 1,651 meters per second. With that, what I can do is I can get us there. Yeah, that's as good as it gets. It's like out there. There you go. So just a different distance of 12 million. Just 12 million kilometers. So just 12 billion meters. 12 billion meters. That's how close we can get. With sufficient values of Delta V, every day is the correct day to leave. That guy on Capcom was right after all. Should have scrubbed. Trust me, I know. Spent 4 kilometers of Delta V to get to Duna. Feels bad, man. Yeah, a little bit early. So what is the nearest place that we could go today? Like, nothing in the alarm is even close. But if I go to planetary transfer window, and from Kerbin to Moho, year 1, day 393, and we're at 267. So that's the closest so far. Anything else, year 1. 393 for Drez as well. So Drez and Moho. Real? Is that true? Then in the first year, it's the same day to leave for Drez and Moho. That seems unlikely. But okay, let's try and get to Moho. That will be less Delta V. I mean, I don't know if we're going to go to Moho. Maybe that's what we're doing today. Merry Eve's, everyone. You gotta make do with, you know, whenever fucking family member shows up, you gotta fucking deal with their shit. Duna is closest, late, but probably close enough to get there with excess Delta V. Well, not according to the in-game thing. This would be the this would be the easiest. We're the least out of window. Although Duna goes around so fast, or Moho rather goes around so fast. Yeah, that might be a significant miss. What if you go back to when you made orbit? That'd just take us further away from everything. Yeah, that'd take us further away from all of the things, because the closest thing that we have now is still 100 days off. Well, let's look at Moho. Let's just see about some Moho. If I set Moho as the target instead, and then we get this guy again up. So I don't, that's 1,650 meters per second Delta V. Where's Moho at any point? That's too small. And then that just goes away. Yeah. Hey. Hey. If it was less Delta V that we needed, then but less Delta V takes us further away, so we'd need more DV than we can get. For Moho from here as well. Because I've given it as much Delta V as we've got, 1,650, and the closest that we can get to Moho from here is there. Let's try Duna. Set Duna as a target. And then this will be just completely the other side of the planet that we would leave from. Oh! Damn. Even less. Yeah, we could get to Duna. We could hit Duna today. Could we do so in a way that we have any Delta V at the end of the day? You know, a little question of mine. So I reduce the DV, and then I leave at a different time. Like right here, I would be saving all of 50 meters per second. I tell you what I need to do is just find, yeah, right there, the point at which we just barely break Kerbin's gravity well, and then I take off as much Delta V as it'll let me take off, and that gets us there. For 1,485 DV, we could go to Duna today. Okay, we'll be coming in there. Give me that node again. Coming right over so we can go polar. And then we'd have 200 meters per second. We don't have any contracts for Duna right now. Not a single contract for Duna, my friends. And because of the satellite, if they did give us contracts for Duna, the fact that I've already got the satellite up here means that we wouldn't be allowed to. So who wants to go to Duna? Who's up for a Duna trip? That's not helpful. That alarms for nothing, apparently. Bye. Thank you. And then this one, let's just delete that one too and make it against. This is 378 days away. Create new alarm. A planetary transfer window from Kerbal to Eve for which we have all of these contracts that we don't get to do today, is now you're saying it's that, and then Kerbal to Eve, interplayers, and then add the alarm. Yes, 378 days away is what it claims. Should I trust it at all? But yeah, all right, let's try going to Duna then. 1,400 meters per second of DV. It's just a bunch of probes, so if they never come home, hey, we'll at least have done some science. This is how it happens, I think, for what are you doing, Pawn? For NASA, most of the time too. You know, you just gotta put something up there and hope it's the right time of year, and then if it's not, just pick something else that's closer, because, you know, alarm clocks don't work. So this we would leave for in 3 hours from now. Burn time 3 minutes 23 seconds on this engine. All right, we're going to Duna. Wasn't my plan, but it's what's happening. So right now we're warping to the place that we should leave from, apparently. Coming up on it now. 3 minutes and 23 seconds means that we need a burn of 1.5 to 3, and then to get the 23, you split that into 12s. So 1.5 plus a 12 is 44. 1 minute and 44 seconds, and we'll be burning full prograde both halves of that. Should get it done, mostly. We'll leave it 1:44 and burn hard the whole way. Okay. I mean, I guess. Remember the ship that we made? Remember that? That's the thing. Remember we had that at some point? Let's turn the lights on so we can see where we're going. 1:44, so T-minus 2 minutes. Let's warp up to our point. Getting close now. Get on your prograde, hold your prograde, and burn as of now. We'll start a little bit early. And that's going to be one long burn. Goodbye, Kerbal. This was always the mission. Nobody let Houston know that we went to Duna instead of Eve. We'll relabel the science as it comes back in. You know, he doesn't need to know. He doesn't need to know. That's gonna be a long burn. So let's fizz warp 4 times. 4 times fizz on that, and since it's gonna happen quick when it starts to happen, I need to get back out to Duna and be able to focus. Focus the Duna. We'll just watch. Why is Eve red? Why? It's just the light refracting off of swamp gas is the thing. You're seeing. You're just looking at swamp gas. You don't realize it, but that's what it is. Coming near to the end of this burn now, I'm going to bring us down to 1 times warp and see if we actually get anything with this burn, because we've just been firing full prograde the whole time, haven't been following a target or anything. 100 meters per second remaining. And we got there cheaper than we thought. 93.8 was supposed to be good. We're here. We're coming to Duna. And now what I would do is get solar and then make a little inclination adjustment. Yeah, I believe. F5 from here. We're on our way to Duna, everybody. Back over to us. And, yeah, we're going pretty fast, too. Faster than we've ever gone in this program. Because interplanetary. More speed. Look at that. You know, it's dark and everything, but pretty cool. It's like a Pink Floyd album, right? Dark Side of the Eve that we're going to. Dark Side of the Eve that we are definitely going to. Let's just exit. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we smacked right into the moon here, you know? That would be my luck today. Eve wasn't Eve. That's not when you leave for Eve. It's not. Yes, it is. It has to be. How could it not be? We are now solar. I don't think we've been solar. We've had some probes that are solar. We've had one probe that went solar, and we're just a probe here as well. So what are you gonna do? How's our comms actually? Comm system? You show that we've got nice, strong, healthy 100% signal at this point. Good. That's another thing to measure as we go and see how things work. But since we are solar, we can now collect some data that we haven't collected before. So log pressure data. The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum of some kind. 21.6, well, in space high over the sun. We'll have to get low over the sun soon. Log temperature. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible, as is reading the same text, like over and over and over. It's not impossible, it's just annoying. And observe one of our mystery goos. Well, in space high over the sun, goo feels right at home here. This is not worth much, my goodness. Okay. So that's one bank, and then we've got another bank there. The other things that we could chew... I can't, like, collect the data to any specific point. Right? No. Unless you would put something on. That's why you put them all as individuals. Yeah, that's problematic. That's problematic. When we remake one for Duna, not Eve, because Eve is where we're going right now. When we make one, then I think I do have to go to that other idea where it's like it's got a science container on it that I can suck the science to. Because right now we could be doing science from one of the things, and we could do it anyway and transmit it. Should have more than enough friggin' electric charge, I would like to think. Let's do that. From one of the... run the magnetometer report. You've measured the interaction between the solar wind and the magnetic field of this body as it deflects charged particles. Couldn't even be bothered to, write interesting text for, like, we're solar. We're between all of the bodies. So you're just the sun. You couldn't just... 81 science, though. Let's transmit it. Right now. Ready? Transmit. 8.3, 13.0. We're doing good. 40% remaining. Electric charge, holding out strong. Yeah. Load all that data. And then just log into our favorite bulletin board system in the late 90s with the 14.4 modem. And then leave some pornographic files on there. There we go, and we're done. Okay. We've sent some data home from the sun. So we got that data in some way, and in the only way that we were going to get it, I guess. So from here, then, if I wanted to make an adjustment to hit Duna correctly, I'm going to do this with a maneuver node just because it's interplanetary and all of the things that I keep saying, that I haven't done this in so long. So I'm just going to be absolutely sure that when I pull anti-normal here, it comes down the way that I expect it to, and for a very low delta V cost, which is what I expect it to. So U, and very low delta V cost, a little bit of anti-normal. That's okay, maybe a little bit more delta V cost. Pull you down, and we can get more equatorial with Duna. And if we did it later, would it be better? I'm not sure. It's pretty close. Let's try and make it really close. Get right on your line. And then also, if we were to put a little bit more prograde on, or can I radial that in? Yeah. Radial that in. And we could get right on line with Ike. I mean, he won't be there when we show up. Or maybe he will, and then we die when we crash into him. That sounds like fun. I think, considering, like, how much DV we had to put on in order to get there... I don't know, like, what do we do now? If we're going out here, do we try and leave everything in orbit of Duna? Or... I have no idea what would be most valuable, because this isn't the mission that I planned, because they said Eve would be in the right position, and then it wasn't, and we're a year away or something. Merry Eve, Miss Eve to you, sir, and to you, Flak Magnet. This is Eve that we'll be going to today, because it is the right time of year to leave for Eve, according to Squad in their game. Yeah, so what would we want to do? We've got these two aboard. If we just, like, did the Eve mission, but we did it around Duna, we left a satellite in orbit of Duna, and then we put one in orbit of Ike. 'Cause why not? I guess, would be the thing. And then can we get home? And probably not. But we can try at the peak of our apoaps, when we're going slowest in reference to the sun, to get ourselves an encounter with Kerbal from whatever random point we happen to be at. Out here. By the way, how long have we been out here? 20 days. Okay. Yeah. We're losing so much time to doing this. Give me you again. And then if I keep radialing in, we could get, you know, low at Duna, high at Duna, and then just see what we can do. That's pretty close to Duna. I remember precisely, by which I mean in no way whatsoever, where Duna's atmosphere begins, which is fine, because that's kind of the game, right? It's just figuring out as you go. Well, 115k around Duna. Eve has suffered some global warming. Yeah, they just kept letting the capitalists run the planet or something, I guess. I don't know. Well, F5 from there, and that'll be my little burn that I make, which I can make right now. We don't need to be at exactly the right time, so having set that up, find me the target. It'll be there. And let's see if I can't make this happen. So we should be, yeah, coming through from there. Burn. Slowly but surely. Have that up. Really try and make sure and follow this target as well as I can. Looks pretty good so far. Slow it down. Slow it down. Oh, I can't slow it down anymore. It just goes away. And, wow, perfect. Perfect to 113. I did that well. Okay, 150 meters per second of delta V left in the tanks, and we're going past Duna. I mean, Eve. Eve, this is. Merry Eve's, everybody. Eve. It's Eve. Welcome to Eve. How far away is that? 106 days. We're just, like... Time keeps on slipping. 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 Into the future. And that's us right now, solar. This is also us right now, solar. Give me orbital. Let's Sun, there's Kerbal all the way back there. I feel like at this point we should go back to the Space Center and look at what contracts are available. Maybe we can scrape up something for Alt Eve. Eve's cousin, Evetta. Evelyn. What have we got in Mission Control? We did clear out one of our contracts, which got us back up over 5 million Kerbucks. I think we were down to 4.9 or something. Moon, Minmus, Moon, Kerbin, tourists, 17 asteroids. Nothing. Absolutely nothing so far. Just Dune Eve. So 107 days from now. See, this is what I don't like. We had a mission planned. It was going to be that mission, and now it's like I go and do this silly mission, and we're 100 days forward, and we miss another transfer window. Eve is 300 and something days out, so I guess we're fine to do it. Time's got to pass. Yeah. While it's passing, Bob will be doing some research. That's kind of the most horrendous of the thing, is if I don't go in here and swap Bob's crew's research in and out, and we'll be wasting time. I think I'll do that a little bit. I will do that a little bit. What are you on? Huh? What's the ship that you've selected? 'Cause it should be the HMS Space Boat. Launch another probe to Eve. No, this is going to Eve. I got 3 of them headed to Eve right now. I mean, the transfer window for Eve, according to the game, which lies, will not be for several, for a while. Long after this mission has ended is when we'd still be not quite there. Where are we at? We've got 378 science. So day 57. Let's just roll forward. And max warp. Yeah, just like that. Max warp. Yeah, nasty, innit? Okay, we've filled up with science. Electric charge draining in a hurry. So stop the research, and we would transmit this. And it's gonna burn through even more of our electric charge at night. On a craft that we know can't quite get through the nights. Which is why I stopped research on it. Yeah, I'm gonna warp, because if I do that, then it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it's still uploading data. That's how you cheat the thing. Upload the data. Finish. 100%. We did it. We got 500 data back, or 500 science in. Review the data that we've got logged here. Recorded your observations, but what is this? This is space just above Mimis's poles. Do I want to know about that? Yeah. Okay, put that in. Space near Mimis. Put that in. Put that in. Put that in. Cannot analyze. The lab is already full of data. Holy crap. You're correct. Okay. Okay, well then I don't want to click 60 more times. Okay, I'll just click 60 more times then. Just wearing mice out across the world. Kerbal Space Program. Brought to you by. Yet, why are you having trouble with your electric resources? You're in full sunshine right now. Right? I can see the sun. Oh! Oh, there's an eclipse. We're in an eclipse. What a perfect time for me to be screwed. Huh? Can we have sunshine again? There you go. Good. Nice. And then start the research up. It's the only time I'm going to do that. I'm not going to... That's one and done. We got 500 science from that. And we're going back to the tracking station. And we're just going to go run the Eve mission. The Eve mission. Sunshine. How you doing? When you're an adult and Santa doesn't know your address anymore. He really needs to keep better track. of which planet is that he thinks is coming into orbit is what he needs to do. I could just sit here. Let's go out and fly it. And we're just going to ride this into Duna and see what happens when we get there. Yes, we're on our way to Eve via a Duna transfer. That's right. So it's the cheapest way to get there from the time at which we started, which is the best planetary window. All right, let's just... No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it the way where we don't go shooting past it. Where I come in and I say, get me at least to like here. Warp. Sun. I can no longer see Kerbal. I'm not sure where it would be, but I can't find it. Wow. Space. The final boring frontier. Jules right there, though. So, you know, we're not alone. 124 days to Duna. Still can't make it out on the horizon. Get on your prograde for me. And then I'll be able to, like... So, Duna should be out here somewhere. Kerbal. Oh, I can see Kerbal. Duna? Maybe Duna, it doesn't exist either. Target it. I think it is. I'm pretty sure we're still targeting. Yeah. Wait, add maneuver warp here. No. Duna. Set as target. There we go. Duna? Yeah, no, it's still hiding. It's hiding. It's not on the orbital disk or whatever. Alright. 125 days from when we left for Eve, we arrived at Duna. Come on. Come on. You can let it hit that and then it'll just stop, right? It'll slow down a lot when it tries to pass. There we go. Welcome to Duna's sphere of influence. I can see it off in the distance, and I can see Ike. And I can see Ike. Okay. So we're high over Duna right now. What are you doing, Pawn? Sorry. So now I'm considering the idea that we took science from space high over something. We still have 98% signal strength and full probe control at Duna. This could work. This could work. Prepare for collision. Are we gonna hit it? Hopefully not. But like, if we transfer this back, at least these two, then we can get high and low. Yeah. Well, but you've got another thermometer. Like, it's the barometer that you'd need to transfer. If anything, you would review the data and you would transmit. Make sure our electric is full. Yeah, you would transmit the barometer because we don't have an extra one of those. I mean, it doesn't matter. You'll be able to transmit over and over, but I don't want to transmit. I want to bring this stuff home. Okay, now you're talking sense. And if you're talking sense, then that actually means you won't be able to bring that home. Go ahead and transmit that anyway. That's smart. And balls with it, we're going to transmit the thermometer too. Okay. Okay. Which means now I could use them again. I could just transmit that, but it doesn't help us any. I shouldn't have popped it, but it's a different mission than what we planned on. So, from high over Duna, and aren't we incredibly high over Duna, observe some mystery goo. Goo feels right at home here in space high over Duna. Okay, keep it. And then the temperature doesn't, even though we're at Duna, it's just the same text. And log pressure data, we're still in a vacuum. We can also do one of these, as long as we transmit it. Run magnetometer report. We're doing science round. You've measured the interaction between the solar wind. It's the same damn thing, but it's worth 202.5. It's a big pack of data is what it is. It's a big pack of data. So, having done those things, we should transmit all of those as well. If I just right-click on one of the probes and say transmit data, is that how that works? Doesn't, does it? Does it? Does it? Does it? No. Alright, so review data from the... No, we're going to bring that home. What do you need to transmit that you're not going to bring home manually? This. Review the data. It's worth 170. Send it home. Yeah, I'm doing this all wrong. Like, the further we get into it, the more I'm like, well, knowing that you're not going to be able to that, then you could have done it this way, but, like I say, we're in a place that we didn't expect to be. Thank you. Yep. Nope, got it. Yeah, that's for sure, though. For sure. Mm-hmm. And just to review the data there, it's worth more if we just bring it home. Alright. So, here's my next question. When do I drop my probes? If I'm going to send one of them to Ike, and one of them to Duna, you know, I drop the Ike one now, he can put himself into a line that's over there, and then be in Ike's, you know, range a lot better. The closer that I get to it, the harder it's going to be for him to get on the line and get to the same speed. So this is... I should drop the Ike guy right now, is what I'm thinking. So that's what we're going to do. Ike probe is going away, and he's going to go do his own thing for us. We've gotten everything off of you that we want off of you. Yeah, you're going to do all of your science that you can do at Ike and transmit it back, bouncing it off of our relays as you go. That would be the plan. Okay, that's actually going to improve our Delta V here, too, for getting home, so it might be possible to complete some version of this mission to Eve that landed at Duna. Don't tell Houston. So when I press this button, it's going to detach there and fire up that engine, F5, and do it. And the probe, the Duna probe, is free. Okay. It also means that we're out of solar generation on the main ship right now. Yeah, no solar panels there. Well, what are you gonna do? I don't know, something? Something sounds like a good idea. Now to get in line with Ike from the probe, should be a simple radial outburn from here. I will just do that instead of trying to line it up. Oh, what? Snappy response. So, yeah, can I do this from a place where I can see? And burn. Oh yeah, very weak little engine. Are you on the probe? I am, yes. This boy. So we're just bringing our periapsis out so that we're in mostly the line of, you know, the same height that Duna orbits at. And then we can worry about lining up with him a little bit later. Yeah, we put an ant on this. I think it's less than a ton. I believe it was like 0.6 tons or something. Yeah, you're pretty still on the line. You can go up a little bit, but I think we're fine. Apparently we're just eyeballing what the height is here. There you go. Perfect. So when you get there, you're going to burn hard on your periaps retrograde and get into something similar, but we will have to catch up to Ike in order to get over to him. I mean, that's stupid, Pawn. You just wasted a bunch of Delta V. You should have just gone straight for Ike and then burned and got caught by him. I'm so... everything. everything right now. We're just on a completely different mission, and I'm trying to wing it as we go. So yeah, I should just go straight for Ike and get captured. Which should be a radial in to get over here. We got Delta V for years on this thing, I think. I hope. From where we are... I was obviously too excited for Christmas. Fuck it. F5, we're gonna do exactly the opposite of what I just did. And we'll do it at some fizz warps to get it done. Watch as our Delta V goes away. No, no, you fucking god damn it, you held on the radial instead of holding where you were, and now we're F9ing because I don't want to even fucking deal with that. It's a mission, is what it is. It's an improvised mission where I keep doing the wrong thing and then having to deal with the fact that I did the wrong thing because it all started wrong when Kerbal Space Program told me it was time to go to Eve. And it wasn't by a year. Oops. Missed it by a fucking year. So yeah, back to a radial in. Just by a year though. Just a computer telling you the information that's in the game. You know, easy to get that wrong in the code, right? Fucking assholes. Alright, so radial in, and then we're gonna burn, and we're gonna get it over there, and I'm gonna start the burn here, right? There you go, you start the burn here, and then F. And then it'll hold that as we pass through the planet. 4 times fizz warp. Sure we're not losing the plane as we go. It's not too much. Right past you. We could have gone for a kick through the atmosphere, but no. And I've reduced our fizz warp, which is why it's taking a little bit longer. Okay. I'm going to stop burning there because we've got something. And the question is, do we want more? Do we want more? We want to get real close to Ike? Yeah. Yeah. Keep burning. And Ike does not have any atmosphere. Wow, that's a little bit close though. I don't know how flat Ike is, but I think you've gotten a little bit extra close there. Radial in. Yeah, something a bit higher. So there you go. We only have 500 meters per second, 550 meters per second left to try and get captured by Ike with this thing. I don't know. It's not the mission that I planned. It's not my mission. But she's off. She's off to do her thing. And I'm just going to live with it. F5. And then we got to transfer back to the other ship. Right? Because... well, who's coming in first? What's going to be the situation here? We're both coming in with similar speeds, but yeah, we're going to be coming in first because it's going to be going further in order to get to Ike than we are. So, back to the other craft. If I can... yeah, click on the other craft, switch. This game needs to not crash on me, I'll tell you that. I'm just barely keeping it together and not being massively angry. I've only had one major outburst. Periaps still at 113. Alright, let's head in and see what happens. Watching both of the ships in particular would be helpful. Could you get that giant yellow line out of my face? Oh, no, you can't. Okay, we'll just have that constantly then. Where's the other ship? Probe. debris. Where's the other ship? There it is. I'll set you as my target just so I can see what the fuck's going on. Oh, that's cool. Okay. We need to be watching now because this is going to be a nice approach, isn't it? Can I slowly... Yes. Our first encounter with Eve. I thought she was a different color. But I guess I was wrong. Get on your retrograde. Wait, no. You're not going to get on your retrograde. We're going to drop the other satellite now. Maybe? F5. What are we doing? I'm dropping the other satellite, and then it's going to be the one that gets itself into orbit of Duna, and we're just going to carry on. Spacebar. Okay. And apparently we are this vessel now. Are you able to generate electric charge? Your electric charge is 0. So no. Alright, well that's dead to us. Wait, I had some electric charge. Where's the sun? It's there. You've got panels. Where are those panels? Okay, get one of those panels into the wind. The solar wind. And then SAS. SAS. Time warp. Why you have SAS? Because you do have SAS. It's under here. You just didn't have enough electric charge even to SAS yourself? Okay. Back over to this guy. And now you, on your retrograde, orbitally, as we're past your Duna... yeah, we're past your Duna periapsis. Just start burning. Bye! You have fun without us. So this guy's got 1,100 and something meters per second of DV. He's trying to slam on the brakes at Duna and get captured. And we have no idea if that would work, and we did it a little bit late. And we also have no mission to be here, which means we threw away missions to be here. And just zoom out to the point where maybe we can see something changing. No? No, okay. No. $2,600 and some meters per second of speed to be scrubbed. And we've managed to scrub. We got 500 meters left. And there's... I don't think either of any of these satellites are gonna get shit. You've got... There's science on board you. By the way, extend the solar panel. Extend the solar panel. Do you have science that you got? Deploy the scanner. And extend the boom. No, run the magnetometer report. There should be something else here. I swear you had a, something else on you. Okay, we did a thing. But it's space high over, so it didn't even matter that we passed by it near, because we passed by it too quick while I was trying to manage both ships. And we are out of Delta V. Where are we going? Your bet's as good as mine. Oh, the Science Junior, right. Yeah. There is where we're going. We're going there. What a monstrous waste this, you know what? Is there any better representation for an Eevesmas? Just a monstrous waste of resources. 112.5. You think things are going to go one way and then they go a completely different way? This is just, yeah, that's... is what that is. Just the whole thing is kind of... is what it is. 70%. We're too far away from the other craft. Very tempted to just F9 and try something like hit the atmosphere or something like that. Switch to you. Okay, you're coming into Ike, and we are hitting Ike. Are we hitting Ike? At 38k, we're hitting Ike. Will be the plan. That was always what we intended to do. So good. This is all the Makron. Yes, just tell yourself. Yeah, it was the you know, we launched for Eve, and Duna was there instead somehow. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. Add maneuver, burn out, 157. There's no way we're stopping for it. I can tell you that much. I guess we can try and fling past, right? Let's go ahead and, yep, get in here. Okay, now we're not going to die. Good. That's, thank you, Kerbal, for representing your own game so well. I was gonna say. So, we're gonna try for low over Ike, apparently. Bring me up to low over Ike. There's Ike. Get on your retrograde for this. You should probably start burning now. Oh yeah, it's an ant. I forgot. Yeah, you needed to start burning a couple hours ago. Let's go ahead and run a magnetometer report from here. Let's go ahead and get some mystery goo from here. Space high over Ike. High over Ike. No, I don't think so. Observe mystery goo. High over Ike. You fucking insane. Run magnetometer boom. Observe mystery goo. Space near Ike. Space, I hope that they were both because it popped up while I was clicking the other one. Alright, we got space near Ike on two things there. So, yay. We're almost captured. Nearly done with this burn that will definitely capture us at Ike. No problem there with the 500 meters per second that we've got left. Before we get lost entirely, I think what we need to do is review the data, and we need to transmit the mystery goo back and transmit this, review the data, transmit this as well. Are you doing on electricity? You're fine, you can do it. Transmit that as well. Hold out. Hold out. It's not going to hold out for the relay antenna thing. Not enough data. So we're going to... There is a... What? SAS, please. On your retrograde. We'll pretend like there's any possibility. What? There's a require complete. No. Transmit data. Allow partial. Okay. Okay, stop transmitting, then. That's... Yep. Give me all the EC that I can get. And then allow partial. And then transmit data. Not enough data aborting transmission. So when I click it, then I'm not clicking require complete and making it require complete. We're not in the require complete stage right now. Oh, Kerbal Space Program. Oh, what a brilliant little piece of shit you fucking churned out. Yeah, there you go. Do that. Come on, finish it. Okay, it's done. Huzzah. And we got 86 meters per second of delta V left. And everything's just going interstellar. I don't know. This has been great. I had a great Christmas Eve's-mas. I really hope this doesn't portend how you know, tomorrow and the day after that are gonna go. Now I have like 700 science. Yeah, that's and the first time that I've ever just like whipped shit off into into the fucking game for no reason, into Interstellar, and just made a mess and run a mission where it didn't make any sense, and I feel great. I feel great that Kerbal Space Program fucked up in so many ways sequentially that I got to like just do something that made no sense and makes me feel like just a big dick. Love it. Thank you for the fun, squad. Good work. Keep nailing it. Now you'll have Duna contracts. Yes, but we'll have given away the easy ones, won't we? Because we already did them. So that's just, it's 1,000 different ways in which this kind of fucks everything up. Where's the other one? You, like, just take me back to the tracking station. Take me back to the tracking station. Maybe I can look at Duna and see what these things are doing, if there's anything of any value anywhere. Like, we now have our return vessel platform is free, but it also doesn't have any meaningful comms on it. So it can't, because it was a plan. There was a mission, and it was planned for Eve. Back at the beginning of the day when Kerbal told me that Eve was transfer window in 2 hours, and then we looked at it and it's a year away. But we should have something. One of these craft has Delta V but no comms. One of them has comms but no Delta V, and then the other one is just, yeah. Where are you going? Which is that's your app and peri-apps for that guy. It's your app and peri-apps for that guy. It's your app and peri-apps for that guy. None of them are really like, if that relay on escape trajectory out of Duna, it's at least on a place where it like comes back near Kerbin once in a blue moon or something. Had that happen to me with the transfer window too. Rachel Maelstrom. Yeah. Kerbin to Eve. Planetary transfer window. When's that coming up? Year 1, day 168. Alright, let's have this whole live stream from the beginning be about let's do Eve, and it's Eve's-mas and all of that. And then you build for it, you get everything ready, 3 probes, very specific plan that's going to be, we got to drop it off as we come in, and this guy's going to turn, he's going to come home, but these 2 are going to stay there, and they're going to do these things. And then you get there, and then it turns out that Eve is actually, the nearest window is a year from now, and it's not, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just Kerbal. It's just the developers of Kerbal don't know how to do the fucking planetary transfer window calculations with their own code, and didn't even have this system in here for the first 10 years, and now that they've got it, it doesn't work, and always expected you to just look it up online anyway, and then fixed it by making it worse! Favorite game. Best of the year, really. When the probes come closer to Kerbin, you can send Bill out to fix them and refuel them. And had some mods they can look for that already work. Yeah, that's just, it's, can't wait for KSP2. How's that gonna play? Is that gonna be good? Different people maybe working on that one? Because I'm pretty sure the team changed, didn't it? Like, not even like for KSP2, but like when they did that, didn't the squad team swap out like a lot too? And this is still the state of shit. This is it, huh? This is. Yeah. Merry Xmas, though. Merry Xmas. This is the state of shit. Archives, all right? Sorted. How is it sorted? Alphabetically. A, B, C, E, F, G, L, O, P, S, T, R, D. I didn't know that D sorted at the end either. R is after S and T, if you didn't know, in the English language. R comes after S and T, as does the letter D, which is right at the end. We just imagine that never happened? We pretend none of that ever happened. Yeah? 1,000 science fell from the heavens. Here's what happened. We all blacked out together, right? Got blackout drunk for, let's see, day 267, for like 100 days. We lost time. When we woke up, there was just 1,000 science there. We blacked out so hard that we just improved technology. Somehow. Just drank all of the whiskey and made the world perfect. And we can't remember what we did, but there's the science and we're going to spend it. And when are we going to spend it? Next time on Ronin Pawn fucking stream. Hell of a show. Hell of a show. Hell of a game. Fun time. Good time. Good time. Good time. I had a good... Did you have a good time? I had a good time. Let's see if there's anybody playing a better game that we could watch on Twitch that we could just raid. See if anybody's streaming that we could raid and we could just tell them how bad the game is. How bad. Did you know that the game you're playing? Do it again, Twitch. Do it again, but this time pull it up the way you're supposed to. You know what? There's so few people doing Kerbal right now. There's nobody doing Kerbal. You know, I'm gonna give you the greatest gift of all on Eavesmas, and that is no more Kerbal tonight. You go find something else that's better for tonight. You're too good for on this day, on this holy Eavesmas day. You go find something else. No raid. No raid. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for sticking with me and for, being here to witness that I'm not crazy. I didn't do anything wrong. The game just lied to me. And I planned a whole mission on it. Spent money. And mainly 4 hours. But it's okay. I can get them back. There's a coupon system. That's fine. Rod just joined again. I'm sorry, C. Kraken Boy. What happened was we all blacked out, and then when we woke up,